Howie Carr. Go ahead, Rich.
Howie, I'm calling from Quincy, and I'm just sick about this. So I called that number that you said, the 800 number.
Yeah.
And the funny thing about it says, if this is an emergency, call 911. What am I supposed to do, call the cops about this deal?
You're seeing a robbery. There's a robbery in progress.
This is hijacking of the nth degree. All I can say is I just want to hit him with the hind. That's all.
Thank you. Thanks, Rich. 1-844-500-4242. It's just outrageous because, again, there's no truth in these people. You know, whether it's saying that they're going to take down the tolls after they've paid off the bonds on the Mass Turnpike or the Tobin Bridge, which they never did. And by the way, have you noticed that the tolls have gone up coming into the city of Boston? Have you noticed that? They have. We haven't even got a chance. We've been so busy with Donald Trump, we haven't even had a chance to talk about that. Rob, you're next with Howie Carr. Go ahead, Rob.
Hey, Howie. I don't know if you watch Morning Joe at all, but Steve Korniak,
yeah,
he came out and said there's a December poll that shows 46% of Americans think there was millions of voter fraud incidences in the presidential election.
Yeah.
Do you believe that?
I believe it. I mean, I believe there was voter fraud, don't you?
I do. I mean, to say that Trump is basically an idiot, an ignoramus, he speaks falsehoods, if 46% of the people believe it, he's almost in a majority.
Right. And I would say that 43%, that 46% of the people, those are the people with their eyes open. They're the ones that are watching what's going on, and they can put two and two together. I mean, it's like Tom Fitton from Judicial Watch said, there's 43 million illegal aliens in the country, and you're telling me none of them vote? It's preposterous on its face. Thanks for the call, Rob. All right. Talk to you tomorrow. I'm Howie Carr.
And now, 6 fun facts in 60 seconds with Grace Curley.
A hummingbird weighs less than a penny. The founders of Google were willing to sell Google for $1 million to Excite in 1999, but Excite turned them down. Google is now worth $527 billion. On average, 12 newborns will be given to the wrong parents daily. There are no clocks in Las Vegas gambling casinos. Sea otters hold hands while they sleep so they won't drift apart. Aww. Do you ever wonder where the phrase, "it's raining cats and dogs" comes from? In the 17th century, many homeless cats and dogs would drown and float down the streets of England, making it look like it literally rained cats and dogs.
This has been 6 fun facts with Grace Curley in 60 seconds. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and tweets at HowieCarrShow.com. And now, 6 fun facts in 60 seconds with Grace Curley.
In 2006, an Australian man tried to sell New Zealand on eBay. The price rose to $3,000 before eBay shut it down. Reed Hastings was inspired to start Netflix after racking up a $40 late fee on a VHS copy of Apollo 13. In Japan, letting a sumo wrestler make your baby cry is considered good luck. The 50-star American flag was designed by an Ohio high school student for a class project. His teacher originally gave him a B-. According to the National Insurance Crime Bureau, the most commonly stolen vehicle in 2012 was the 1994 Honda Accord. The Arkansas School for the Deaf's nickname is the Leopards, the Deaf Leopards.
This has been 6 fun facts with Grace Curley in 60 seconds. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and tweets at HowieCarrShow.com.
The Howie Carr Show.
I'm Steve Robinson, HCRN News. Philadelphia Mayor Jim Kenney feels his city is full of anything but brotherly love this Thursday as the president comes to town for the GOP summit. The immigration issue is pulling that sanctuary city apart. After huge rallies last night, rallies today are even larger. If President Trump feels he's getting the cold shoulder, he is. Not only are the streets filled with anti-Trump policy signs, but Mexico's president has canceled his upcoming meeting at the White House because of the wall. The mayor of Rutland, Vermont, Christopher Loris, is also sad. His city is host to 2 Syrian refugee families. The latest family arrived a week ago today. But given the president's remarks on the status of refugees, Loris feels Rutland will never see a 3rd Syrian refugee family.
People who are fleeing for their lives now have no place to go. This community that was welcoming them with open arms, now has no one to welcome.
President Trump is proposing to reduce the maximum number of refugees by more than half to 50,000 for the budget year ending in September. Loris has said up to 100 people from Syria and Iraq were expected to join the community by the end of September. Up in arms, Massachusetts Attorney General Maura Healey ripped into President Trump's administration for saying they plan to kill federal funding for sanctuary cities across the country. Quote, "Strong, independently governed communities are part of what makes Massachusetts great," Healey said in a statement. Sanctuary cities are communities that offer protections to undocumented immigrants from federal authorities. Cambridge, Somerville, Boston, Northampton, and Springfield are all considered to be among sanctuary cities in Massachusetts. Actor Shia LaBeouf was arrested early today after he allegedly got into an altercation with a man outside a New York City museum where he had been chanting, "He will not divide us," in front of a live camera since Donald Trump's inauguration. Police said LaBeouf pulled the scarf of an unidentified 25-year-old man outside the Museum of Moving Image in Queens, scratching his face in the process. They said he also pushed the man who refused medical attention. LaBeouf spent the first few days of Trump's presidency swaying, dancing, and repeating the phrase, "He will not divide us," in front of a live camera outside the museum. Now this.
If your home has hard water, then it's likely that limescale is clogging your pipes, damaging your appliances, costing you hundreds of dollars each year. You can eliminate limescale in the entire house with HydroCare products available at Wave Home Solutions. Easy and efficient with no maintenance, no salts, no chemicals, and no coils. And you can buy with confidence from Wave Home Solutions. Performance guaranteed. Just go to bestwater411.com. That's bestwater411.com.
So, you love talk radio? Then you'll love TalkStreamLive.com. TalkStream Live is always on with the best streaming talk shows. Find your favorite talkers and discover some new ones. It's free, readily available online or on mobile with any smartphone or tablet. Finding your favorite talk shows all in one place has gotten a whole lot easier. Just go to TalkStreamLive.com. Be sure to download the free apps from Google Play or the iTunes App Store.
Federal energy regulators have signed off on a plan to build a natural gas compressor near Boston that will help push the fuel from Pennsylvania into Maine and Canada. The Boston Globe reports the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission ruled Wednesday the proposed station in Weymouth, Massachusetts, isn't expected to significantly affect the area's air quality. Mayor Robert Hedlund says the town plans to appeal. Bradley International Airport is a favorite among New Englanders because of its small size and easy access. But in terms of service, that small airport is about to get larger as Spirit Airlines begins flying in and out of Bradley Airport in the spring. Connecticut Governor Dan Malloy was all too happy to tout the good news.
We're pleased to announce that beginning April 27th, Spirit Airlines will for the first time begin service here at Bradley with two routes. The first daily nonstop service to Orlando, Florida, and the second is seasonal flights to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, which will fly 4 times a week. And then subsequently on June 15th, Spirit will launch daily nonstop flights to Fort Lauderdale, Florida as well.
A representative for the airline said flights begin at $34 each way, with the average one-way fare of $50. There are also extra fees for seats customers request, ranging from $1 to $50, while the fee for big front seats ranges from $12 to $199. The neon marquee from the legendary Los Angeles club Whiskey A Go-Go is gone. The 13-foot-long sign with bright pink letters sold at auction for $48,300 last evening in Maine. During the 80s and 90s, the sign adorned the club during the days of punk, new wave, and grunge. I'm Steve Robinson, HCRN News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
About 6 years ago, I was diagnosed with congestive heart failure. I went from being able to work 14, 16 hours a day with no problem to where I could barely walk a block to the store without having to stop and rest. I went on to the phytonutrients about 6 months ago, and within a couple of months, my medical doctor had cut my prescriptions down in a little bit smaller dosage. The next time I went back a month later, I walked into the doctor's office and he says, "My gosh, what's happened to you? You don't even look like the same person." He looked at my legs and the swelling had gone down. My blood pressure was down. The venous stasis ulcers that I had had on my legs for the last 4 or 5 years because of the poor circulation were all healed, and I'm feeling far better.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751 or go online to balanceofnature.com.
Use promo code TSL.
better strap yourself in. It's time for the Howie Carr Show.
Mr. President, we could use more ATF agents, more FBI agents in the city of Chicago so we could take the guns off our street. But yes, you're with the NRA. The NRA that endorsed him, that he is so part of his relationship. You know what that NRA did? It crippled the laws of the city of Chicago in the courts so that we cannot keep guns off our streets.
Live from an undisclosed location.
We will not be intimidated by the threat to federal funding. I want to say directly to anyone who feels threatened today or vulnerable. If necessary, we will use City Hall itself to shelter and protect anyone who's targeted unjustly.
Unchained and unstoppable.
If Trump wants to make Mexico pay for this wall, then one way to do it, Melissa, would be to have this effective tariff on goods that come in from Mexico and then dedicate that revenues to the cost of building the wall, which could be, we don't exactly know how it could be. I've heard figures anywhere from $6 to $20 billion.
Who's your captain? Howie Carr.
I thought this law was supposed to help everybody. This law was never supposed to help everybody, Tucker. That wasn't the design. The law was actually explicitly designed first in Massachusetts and then for the nation to leave the vast majority of Americans alone. I think Americans just don't understand what this law has done for them.
Who do you love? Howie Carr.
I'm going to be the president of a safe country. We have enough problems. Now, I'll absolutely do safe zones in Syria for the people. I think that Europe has made a tremendous mistake by allowing these millions of people to go into Germany and various other countries.
Rump swabs, hacks, and moonbats beware. It's Howie Carr.
Can I stop paying my property taxes? I mean, I disagree with the policies of the city of Boston. You know, I think they're wrong to engage in this policy of nullification, as it used to be called before the Civil War. Whoops. Uh-oh. Sorry about that. The one time I bring in the phone, and there it is. It goes off. Can I refuse to pay my taxes? You know, I think it's a moral decision that I'm making to not pay my taxes. And, you know, and another thing here, you know, I don't think that the Boston Police Department or any police departments in any cities anywhere should be going after bank robbers. Because when they go after bank robbers, it affects the police department's ability to interact well with the bank robbing community. And the same thing for drug dealers. Why are we going after drug dealers? I mean, when you arrest drug dealers, you tend to break up the family if you imprison the drug dealers. So I don't see any upside for imprisoning these drug dealers. You know, and again, they're just law-abiding bank robbers and drug dealers, and in my case, people who don't pay their property taxes anymore. Why should the government have any call to oppress me or the bank robbers or the drug dealers? You know, I'm just going by what Marty Walsh said at Boston City Hall yesterday. You know, he can't enforce or agree with or cooperate with U.S. law enforcement. Well, why do I have to cooperate with U.S. law enforcement? If I disagree with any law, Marty Walsh apparently disagrees with the immigration laws of the United States of America. And so doesn't Joe Curtatone, the mayor of Somerville, and Rahm Emanuel, the mayor of Chicago, and de Blasio, the mayor of New York. They disagree with the immigration laws of the cities that they govern. So, you know, if I disagree with the way they're governing the city, I don't think I should have to pay taxes. Seems only fair to me. And you know what? What if? Why don't we set up a sanctuary at Boston City Hall for people who don't want to pay taxes? Property taxes is what I'm talking about. These people are out of their minds. I think they're gonna cave. But it is just so astounding to watch what's going on here. The meltdown that they're having here because they want to enforce the laws. And again, it was, when nobody said anything when the Justice Department told the Little Sisters of the Poor that they were going to have to provide abortion coverage for their employees, even though it was considered a mortal sin by them to finance abortions. Nobody stood up and said we're going to allow the Little Sisters of the Poor to sleep in the Eagle Room at City Hall because they're being oppressed. Their religious freedom is being taken away from them. Yet you have these illegal aliens, criminals on welfare who don't speak English. Marty Walsh says he's going to let them sleep. He's going to set up a welfare illegal alien hotel in City Hall. I wrote a column about it today. The press conference was held in the Eagle Room. That's what they always call it. There's a big eagle in there. I guess they're going to rename it the Auntie Zutuni Room, after Obama's aunt, who was an illegal alien on welfare. She lived in public housing, of course, in South Boston, and everybody took care of her. She came to the country illegally and went on welfare. Typical new American. And I hope that they're going to have a bar downstairs. You can't really have a hotel without a bar. And I suggest the name the Uncle Omar Room after his uncle, who he's not from Boston, but he lives in Framingham, as far as I know. He's an illegal alien too, or he was an illegal alien until he got some kind of sanctuary. But the reason you would name the bar after him is because he's been arrested for drunk driving. He will take a drink under extreme social pressure, Uncle Omar. And we're going to have all the floors are going to be named the 8th floor for Section 8. And then, except for the penthouse up on the 9th floor, which is going to be the MS-13 suite after the gangbangers from Central America. And every day, all of the patrons of the new welfare hotel at EBT Arms, one City Hall Plaza, they're going to have a little ride over to Foss Park in Somerville, and there they can assault Americans with disabilities like they do in Somerville.
Is there going to be cockfighting in the MS-13 lounge?
Yes, there will be cockfighting every Wednesday and Saturday nights. It was either prayer readings or Bible readings or cockfights, but I think for business purposes we're going to have to go with the cockfighting. And it's going to be. I'd hate to be the valet parker. Because everybody's driving a stolen car. They got stolen license plates. Nobody's got a driver's license. How are you going to find these places out? But they need a place to go. The Uncle Omar Lounge after a hard day of dealing fentanyl out of the trunks of their cars. I mean, what is this, a joke? This is beyond parody. What's going on here? Has Marty Walsh ever stood up for the homeless veterans? They got a place right around the corner from City Hall, but I bet they could use a little more room, I dare say. Open up City Hall for them. They serve their country. They're Americans. They don't have their hands out 24/7. Gimme, like the illegal aliens. But Marty doesn't care about the homeless veterans. And I understand. It was a tough day for him yesterday. It starts out, his cousin, who's also on his security detail, is on the front page of the paper. She made $212,000 last year working overtime for her cousin. Now they've moved her into to the brass at the police headquarters down in Roxbury, and she's going to make $150,000 and feather her pension. And then the feds come out with another report with some more documents showing how connected Marty Walsh was to this racketeering enterprise that's been alleged against two of his top aides. So he goes out there and says, these illegals are being unjustly targeted. I'm going, projection much? Unjustly targeted. There's the T word. Usually only see that in a federal target letter, and he's using it. So I understand he's under a lot of pressure. But cut the bleep, would you? He's going to open up City Hall he's going to defy federal law. The federal law is to get these criminals out of the country. They have diseases. They don't speak English. The majority of them are on welfare. They don't work. What is this? We got to celebrate diversity. You said, why don't you open your house? You just bought a big mansion in Dorchester. Put them down in the mansion in Dorchester. Did he say that? I don't think he mentioned I don't think he mentioned taking any of them in. Where's it? In Lower Mill, somewhere like that. He ain't talking about that. God, it's driving me nuts, And I understand. I understand. He's in a photo finish with a grand jury. I get it. I've been there, Marty. I know what it's like, but don't take it out on the taxpayers. This half hour of the Howie Carr Show is powered by General Communications. Not all cloud-based business telephone systems are created equal. Don't settle for just any system. Do what we did and call General Communications. They'll design the perfect cloud-based phone system from ShoreTel or Toshiba. Call 1-800-4-GENERAL or click on the General Communications ad at HowieCarrShow.com. I'm Howie Carr.
The Howie Carr Show.
Recently.
You know one of the great things about America? We've got something like 23 brands of toilet paper, 119 brands of cereal, and about a bazillion brands of perfume. And you know why we have so many choices? Competition. Yup, good old American competition. Ruthless, merciless, pitiless, relentless, remorseless, heartless, unstoppable, unyielding, unsympathetic, unforgiving, uncompassionate, inescapable competition. But you see what competition does? It makes us go that extra mile, build that better mousetrap, give it that extra 1% every day to be softer, tastier, and yes, smellier than the next fella. Well, we here at Matthews Brothers have been dealing with competition since before the Civil War. And let me tell you, sister, it's made us stronger and more responsive with a long history of product and process improvements. Competition has made us better. And you know what that means, Roger? We don't fear the competition, we are the competition. So do the patriotic thing and see our wicked awesome Maine-made windows, but only at Better Lumberyards and Window Professionals or on the web at MatthewsBrothers.com. Matthews Brothers with one T. America's oldest window manufacturer.
People have seen before. We're heating with infrared light waves, just like the sun 12 feet away, and you use it for an 8-hour period. We're saving you $60 in fuel costs. That's why so many farmers and so many people in industry are turning to Val 6 heaters.
So don't freeze in your workspace anymore. Test drive the Val 6 heater near you at main Oxy stores throughout New England, or go to val6heat.com. That's val6heat.com.
Val 6 heaters like the power of the sun. Yeah!
For 20 years, Helping Hands of America has made donating your car, truck, or boat to a local charity so easy, and it's tax deductible too. All you have to do is call 888-881-9090 and donate your vehicle, running or not, to Association of Blind Citizens, Sacred Hearts Missions, or Meals on Wheels. Donate your car or boat today to a local charity right here in New England. And pickup is fast and free. Call 888-881-9090 or visit their website at helpinghandsofamerica.org.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
And then the market crashed in the 90s. So I had trouble, but it was sort of an amazing, I wouldn't want to do it again. It was an amazing test of yourself. Can you handle pressure? How are you under pressure? Are you smart? You know, when everybody's coming at you. Sometimes in life, to be successful, oftentimes, most of the time, you have to follow your instincts. You have to follow your gut. You have to. Your parents may say wrong. Your whoever may say wrong, but you have to do it. Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Hi, folks.
In a world of GMO, genetically modified organisms, that is, chemicals, processed foods, and a healthcare system that's unraveling like a cheap suit, it's time to prepare. God created herbs, and herbs help man. Our body can heal itself, just sometimes we need assistance. You need some help? GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Our mild detox is quite powerful with its unique blend of 8 different herbs. And if you're looking for more, our non-GMO supplements will help you with different needs you might have. Health should be a top priority. Take care of your health naturally. Log on to GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Give your body a treat. Let the herbs do their thing naturally. Read all the testimonies on the website. GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Sickness and viruses are like intruders, and herbs are like warriors. Let the tea work for you. That's GetTheTea.com.
Hey there. Quick question for you. Would you be okay with more energy, more endurance, thicker, healthier hair, a better mood, reduced appearance of wrinkles, improved sleep, improved blood pressure and cholesterol profiles, improved vision, improved memory? Okay then. Well now, have you heard of Nature's Youth RSF? It's from the anti-aging experts at nature'syouth.com. nature'syouth.com. See, at Nature's Youth, they understand exactly what it means to provide top-quality health products. And Nature's Youth customers not only improve their health, they know they're also providing their body with the right nourishment to maintain that peak performance and fight the aging process. If health, wellness, and nutrition are what you desire, choose Nature's Youth RSF. I did. You see, you're going to get older. It's just up to you how you feel when you get there. Get started today. Nature's Youth RSF. Simple to use, simple to order. Go to nature'syouth.com. That's nature'syouth.com. nature'syouth.com.
Send Howie a text to 680-680. This is the Howie Carr Show.
Today's poll question is brought to you by the Car Guys. Purchasing a pre-owned car can be tricky, but not if you go through Bill Papa George. He is the absolute best in the business. Both Grace and I use the Car Guys, and we are so happy that we did to get our cars. Call 800-300-4600. That's 800-300-4600. Steve, what is the poll question? What are the results thus far?
Will Boston Mayor Marty Walsh eventually cave on his decision to keep Boston a sanctuary city?
He doesn't even know what a sanctuary city is, by the way. He was on one of the sports stations today, and he thought he was going to get to say, oh, I love Tom Brady. I want to have Tom Brady's baby. And they asked him about this BS, and he had no clue what he was talking about. So, yeah, I think he's going to cave.
74% think he's going to cave, Howie.
Yeah. All right, we got a contest going today. This is the last Thursday of the month, so it's time for the Tool of the Month. The Tool of the Month is brought to you by Maine Oxy, this month featuring the Hot Spotter propane torch. Zap ice and snow in seconds. Plus, when the warm weather comes, you can burn weeds and fix asphalt, too. Just $49.95. Maine Oxy, your first choice for gases, welding, and innovative solutions since 1929. So what we do is we pick 3 of the most obnoxious sound cuts of the month. And as always, we have a great choice this month. And we let you vote. You don't win anything, but you just get a chance to vote for the most obnoxious sound cut of the month. What have we got this month, Steve, on Tool of the Month?
Well, the first one we have is Sally Brown. She's, of course, a candidate to be chairwoman. Chair thing. Chair Z of the Democratic National Committee. And this is her plan. This is what she wants to train activists for the DNC to do.
We have to, at the DNC, provide training. We have to teach them how to communicate, how to be sensitive, and how to shut their mouths if they're white.
Okay. How to shut their mouths if they're white. Okay.
And she's a white lady. She admits that at the beginning of her talk.
Yes.
And the next one we have is the Netflix show host Chelsea Handler with her rather xenophobic comments about Melania Trump.
Would you ever have Donald Trump on your show?
No.
What if he asked you?
No.
What about Melania? Would you have her on your show?
Melania? What, to talk about what? She can barely speak English.
I'm flummoxed. I can't make a decision, and I got one more to decide about.
Go ahead. You got one more to go with. I think this one might be the favorite. I saved the best for last. I know it was very recent, but we have to include this.
We will not be intimidated by the threat to federal funding. We have each other's backs, and we have the Constitution of the United States of America on our side. I want to say directly to anyone who feels threatened today or vulnerable, you are safe in Boston. We will do everything lawful in our power to protect you. If necessary, we will use City Hall itself to shelter and protect anyone who's targeted unjustly.
He's a constitutional scholar. That's where he learned that if, when somebody's not playing ball with your union, you say, how'd you like a knuckle sandwich? And if they said, I don't think we have to do that, you say, using how many Marines? He learned that in the Constitution. I'm still going to vote for Chelsea Handler.
All right, we don't have any votes in yet,
Okay.
but they'll come in and we'll update next hour.
All right. That's the Tool of the Month Club. Go to HowieCarrShow.com, HowieCarrShow.com. I know Mayor Marty Walsh is the lead story today, but still, I think Chelsea, that's just the xenophobia, the dripping xenophobia in there, and the racism and the ethnocentrism, whatever you want to call it, is just so unbelievable. She is what she accuses us of being in spades, times 10. Tony, you're next with Howie Carr. Go ahead, Tony.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
Hey, Marty didn't know who Matthew Denise was either.
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, Matthew Denise, by the way, for those of you who who are new to the area, Matthew Denise is the American citizen in Milford who was run down. He was on a bicycle, I believe, or a motorcycle, and he was run down by a drunken illegal from Ecuador who had his anchor baby in the cab of the truck next to him, and he was begging for mercy, and he just kept running. He just kept he floored the truck and killed him. It was horrible, and Marty had no idea who he was, right?
Nope, and Marty didn't think drunk driving by an illegal was a big deal either. 'Cause it's not a felony.
Really?
You should go listen to that. You should listen to that tape with Terry Callahan this morning.
You know, the thing is, it's kind of a pattern for Democrat officials. Remember, Deval Patrick didn't know who Matthew Denise was either.
Yeah. Yep. Hey, Hal.
Yeah.
The other thing is, why not do this? Why not let some of the beautiful people adopt a dreamer? You go down to the city of town hall, you register them. If they get in trouble or they don't get off welfare within 18 months, you're responsible.
Isn't that the law, Tony? Isn't that still the law anyway? You know, when you come into the country legally, I think you're supposed to have a sponsor, and the sponsor signs an affidavit and says you won't become a charge on the state. I mean, I don't think they ever struck that law from the books. It's just not enforced anymore. You know, I think that would be great. And why one? Well, Marty is a bachelor. He's got a girlfriend, but the girlfriend has her own place, and the daughter, he's got plenty of room in that house. He could put up 20, 50, maybe even 50 members of MS-13.
Just have to put a few more satellite dishes up on the side of his
That's right,
place.
for every language they speak. You know, the guy the illegal who killed Matthew Denise claimed he couldn't speak Spanish either. Somehow he was able to buy cerveza, 2 6-packs at the local package store in Milford and get drunk but he couldn't speak Spanish when he went to trial. Now, of course, he wants to wants to get out early because he's got a family. You know, he's got a family. Matthew Denise doesn't have a family because he was murdered by an illegal alien. Thanks for the call, Tony. Lee, you're next with Howie Carr. Go ahead, Lee.
Howie, I was going to pick that stupid bimbo. What's her name for the DNC? The white girl, but Chelsea Handler has got to win hands down. She is a mayonnaise jar, peanut butter legs, rhymes with chum bucket. That woman is disgusting. I cannot stand her. These Hollywood people need to be shut down and mobbed online with Donald Trump's army of people who have had it. We've got to start threatening.
Why can't we just? I mean, I'm already boycotting them. I've been boycotting them for years by just not watching them on TV. I mean, if it wasn't for things like this, I would have no idea who Chelsea Handler is. You know, just don't watch them. That's the best thing we can do. I'm Howie Carr.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I'm telling you right now, it's awesome. I was trying to get my blood pressure regulated, okay? And after 3 days of taking this thing, my blood pressure went back down to normal. I am ecstatic. I am so happy with this stuff. It is my savior.
This was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now. It works.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code TALK.
It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life, but I should have ordered it like 15 years ago.
And now, 6 fun facts in 60 seconds with Grace Curley.
If your dog's feet smell like corn chips, you're not alone. The term Frito feet was coined to describe the scent. Ew. Officials in Portland, Oregon drained 8 million gallons of water from a reservoir in 2012 because a drunk 21-year-old peed in it. Also ew. There's a basketball court above the Supreme Court. It's known as the highest court in the land. If you start counting at 1 and spell out the numbers as you go, you won't use the letter A until you reach 1,000. Wendy's founder Dave Thomas dropped out of high school but picked up his GED in 1993. His GED class voted him most likely to succeed. William McKinley was on the $500 bill, Grover Cleveland was on the $1,000 bill, and James Madison was on the $5,000 bill.
This has been 6 fun facts with Grace Curley in 60 seconds. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and tweets at HowieCarrShow.com.
I'm getting older and noticing that my body just doesn't work as well as it used to. So I like to keep fit as possible by hitting the gym a few times a week. Recently, I started having a nagging bicep pain and it got so bad I couldn't even lift the weights. When I was complaining about it to a friend, he told me about Angioprim. He said chelation helps remove toxins, heavy metals, and cholesterol in veins and arteries that may cause blockages. You know, after just 1 week of taking Angioprim, the pain was gone and now I'm back in the gym full strength. Scientific research proves the active ingredient in Angioprim has superior oral chelation action that helps promote cardiovascular health. So to learn more, go to angioprim.com. That's ANGIOPRIM.com or talk to a trained consultant. Call Angioprim toll free at 877-882-7221. You'll feel better with more energy. Call 877-882-7221 or go to the website angioprim.com.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I'm telling you right now, it's awesome. I was trying to get my blood pressure regulated, okay? And like after 3 days of taking this thing, my blood pressure went back down to normal. I am ecstatic. I am so happy with this stuff. It is my savior.
This was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now. It works.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code TALK.
It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life, but I should have ordered it like 15 years ago.
He's on your radio and on your smartphone. Download the Howie Carr app on the iTunes or Android app stores. This is the Howie Carr Show.
We're going to have some Marty Walsh audio from this morning. I hate to drop a Latin expression on you, but does non compos mentis ring a bell? I mean, the guy is out of his mind here. And again, I know he's under a lot of pressure. You know, there's nothing like nothing like being tailed by the G-men. But we'll play it in just a moment. But first, it's time. It's Thursday afternoon, and you know, in the first hour, you know what that means.
It's Howie Carr's cheap bastard deal.
Oh, yeah.
Sounds too good to be true.
Oh, no, it's real, and it's a steal.
You know there's plenty more when you shop at Howie's store for another Howie Carr cheap bastard deal.
Howie Carr,
the cheapest bastard around.
These are great deals, and they go very fast. Today we have a $70 voucher at Good Heart Media for just $35, and you can use the voucher $70 for only $35 to get your old videotapes converted to DVD or digital files. Go to HowieCarrShow.com and click deals. HowieCarrShow.com, click deals. Mark from Good Heart Media Services is here. Mark, what do you guys do at Good Heart Media?
Well, I like to say that we're in the business of preserving memories, and that doesn't mean we scan people's brains. What it means is all those videotapes, pictures, negatives, audio cassettes, old movie film, all of that stuff that is sitting rotting in your attic or your basement or your garage that eventually, well, not even eventually, a lot of times right now, you have no way of playing it. Right. We convert it all to digital. We put it on disc or digital files, and it's a way to kind of preserve it for the current generation, future generations, and to be able to enjoy it once more.
So if it's on digital files, you can have it right on your smartphone, right?
You can have it on your smartphone. You can upload it to the cloud. You can share it with friends and family across the country, across the world.
So it sounds like it's a good deal, and it is a way. Yeah. And a lot of times you haven't seen this stuff in 10, 15, 20 years, even longer than that.
Absolutely. I get people that come in all the time that say, I have no idea what's on this tape, but I know it's something important. And, people in some ways, they're bringing us, in many cases, if it's somebody around my age, I'm 50, but somebody whose kids are now almost grown up, or they've got videos of their kids when they're young, or maybe they've got some old film of themselves when they were crawling around watching Howdy Doody in the 50s, or Dragnet in the 60s or something.
I have some tapes of myself, and I'm on these these news channels, but I have brown hair. I don't understand.
I was going to say, you might have some of those old U-Matics from when you were on, when you were on TV back in the day. We can do those.
I used to do live shots all the time on all the different Channel 7, Channel 56, Channel 2. If it was on Channel 5 and Channel 4 every once in a while, yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of those tapes are still bouncing around. We can do a variety of formats. Obviously,
if I bring the tapes in, there's no need to change my hair color to blonde.
Well, that's an extra charge.
You can just leave it in its natural brown state. Okay, so people just have to go to HowieCarrShow.com and click deals, and they can get a $70 voucher for $35, and this will get them started on.
Yeah, this gets you started. Basically, what this deal covers, it covers any format of videotape. So anything from VHS, 8mm video, not film. Beta, we do Betamax. We do, like I said, with the old U-Matic format. We can do the mini DV digital tapes that were out 15 years ago, and now they've gone by the wayside. So pretty much any videotape to a DVD or digital file. The coupon's good for 5 tapes, which is usually enough to kind of get you started. And that's a way for people to try us out. And, turnaround on these is usually pretty quick. For small jobs like this, we can usually get them done sometimes in a day or two, usually no more than a week.
So you can get 5 tapes done for the $70 voucher that's for, they can buy for $35.
Right,
that's good. That's a good deal then.
Yeah, it's $14 a tape, and you're basically getting it for $7. And
$7 per tape. You can't beat that.
Yeah.
Okay. So anyway, there's only a limited supply of these vouchers, and they tend to go very fast. So if you want to do this, give it a shot. Go to HowieCarrShow.com and click on deals, and you can get it from it's Good Heart Media Services. How do they get the tapes to you? They just deliver them, or
can
they send them
in person? We do accept stuff by mail, and we can ship back. We always ship back Priority or UPS, something with a tracking number. It's kind of up to the individual. Some people don't want to trust their stuff to the mail. I should point out that everything that we do is done in-house. We don't ship anything out. So when you bring it to us, it stays with us until you pick it up or until we ship it back.
Sounds good. So HowieCarrShow.com. This is the cheap bastard deal of the week. You can get a $70 voucher to Good Heart Media for $35. It'll get you started on saving your memories. Some of them good, some of them probably not as good as others, but it's a beginning.
You get to watch them again.
You get to see them again. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate it. And HowieCarrShow.com. Click on deals if you want this deal. When we come back, we're going to have Marty Walsh humming today on the morning sports show on WEEI. I'm Howie Carr.
The Howie Carr Show continues next.
People ask us, hey Matthews Brothers, why are your wicked awesome Maine-made windows only available through Better Lumberyards and Window Professionals anyway? We tell them it's pretty simple. We like doing business with people who know what they're doing and who bring the same passion for customer service and selling our products as we do in making them. Fortunately for you, the discerning and savvy consumer, we have a mutual non-exclusive agreement with each other, wherein we don't mind if they show you other window brands and they don't mind if you look at other lumberyards. I guess we both figure, how will you know how good we are if you don't take a look at the other guy? It's called competition, and the ultimate beneficiary of it is you, the discerning and savvy consumer. And you know, we kind of prefer this arrangement. After all, the only people who benefit from an exclusive relationship are, well, the people in the relationship. Works great for marriage, not so great for consumer products. So do the discerning and savvy thing and see our wicked awesome made windows. But remember, only at Better Lumberyards and Window Professionals or on the web at MatthewsBrothers.com. Matthews Brothers with one T. America's oldest window manufacturer.
Or maybe you consider yourself a dysfunctional veteran. Good news, there's a store just for you. It's called the Dysfunctional Veteran Store, with t-shirts and sweatshirts that get the message across loud and clear, like this black t-shirt that says boldly across the front, Dysfunctional Veteran, leave me alone. And then there's the t-shirt that takes a major dig at the VA. It says, the VA, giving veterans a second chance to die for their country since 1930. How'd you like to wear that around? Are you a dysfunctional veteran? Shop the Dysfunctional Veteran Store at mydvstore.com. That's mydvstore.com.
Are you looking to sell your home, or maybe you're looking to buy a new one? My name is JT Kelly, and I'm ready to make real estate great again. No more BS. Real availability, transparency, and honesty during the entire real estate process is the cornerstone of my business. Whether you're looking to sell your home at maximum value, relocate to a new town, or purchase your next investment, I'm your guy. Let's get in touch. Go to howiesguide.com. You'll find my email and phone number there. That's howiesguide.com, howiesguide.com. Let's make real estate great again.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
While I'm not at this time a candidate for the presidency, I will decide by June whether or not I will become one. Business Week magazine, which is now Bloomberg Business Week, said in a vote of its readers that Donald Trump was the world's most competitive business person.
The Pew Research says that there are for immigrants on the whole
Come on, try getting it out. Try getting it out.
I'll get it out.
I mean, I don't know if you're going to put this on television, but you don't even know what you're talking about. Try getting it out. Go ahead.
I know the greatest negotiators in the world. Some are horrible people, horrible human beings. Who cares? Some Wall Street guys, they're brutal, they're miserable. You wouldn't want to go out to dinner. They're terrible people. I love them.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Would odors, mold, and mildew describe your basement or crawl space? It doesn't have to be that way. Transform them into a fresh, healthy, usable one with the technologically advanced Wave Moisture Control Units. The computerized operation maximizes moisture control and also expels harmful radon, combustion gases, and numerous other pollutants. Dehumidifiers are old technology that do nothing for air quality and waste energy. Wave units are intelligent, self-monitoring, do not need maintenance, and will save you hundreds in electricity. Wave units are still running effectively over 15 years. They've been tested and installed in public and military housing and by property managers nationwide. Buy a unit now, and if your home is not fresher and drier, you can return it for a full refund for up to 12 months. What have you got to lose? Call now. 1-888-618-WAVE. 1-888-618-WAVE. Or visit mydryhome.com. That's mydryhome.com.
Wave Home Solutions for a healthy, comfortable home.
Hi, this is Howie Carr, attorney at law. Are you a white male who voted for Donald Trump? Do you have a Make America Great sweatshirt or a hat? Have you had a beer since November the 8th? If you answered yes to one or more of the above questions, there's a good chance that you are soon going to be charged with committing a fake hate crime. Will you be ready, you uneducated redneck? When you get charged with committing a fake hate crime, will you be ready? You need reasonable doubt at a reasonable price. And that's where Howie Carr, attorney at law, Esquire, comes in. Call me at 1-800-FAKE-HRC. 1-800-FAKE-HRC. And we will get you some legal insurance for when it inevitably occurs and you're charged with a fake hate crime.
He might not know how to copy and paste, but he's figured out how to tweet. Follow Howie on Twitter at Howie Carr Show. Now, back to Howie Carr.
Beaver State Finian says this cheap bastards deal is a good chance for me to convert my my bridge team videos. They're not videos. They're 8mm, or I don't know. They're kinescopes.
Don't you have some videotapes of you playing basketball at Deerfield, or were those cave drawings?
Those are, well, some people are also saying those are cave drawings. I don't know that I ever had any videos of myself being Coos, the great basketball player for the Deerfield intramural team. Ha, 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 ha. My nickname was Coos. That's all I can tell you. I didn't give myself the nickname. Anyway, 1-844-500-4242. We have some. We've been trying to get Marty Walsh he's doing some kind of social media thing today. By the way, so am I. I'm on Reddit. AMA Ask Me Anything. I answered a bunch of questions today. I'll probably be answering more tonight after I finish my column. Like I'll get back to that around 9:00 tonight and start answering questions. But what's Marty up to?
So Marty was doing an Ask Marty thing on Twitter where he answers questions, and you asked him a question, and he actually responded to you. You asked him to come on the show tonight to defend his sanctuary city policy, and he actually he responded by trying to rickroll you.
What does that mean?
You trick somebody into going to see the Rick Astley "Never Gonna Give You Up" video.
Well, I'm not.
He's making light of his decision to keep Boston a sanctuary city.
Oh, he thinks it's a joke.
Yes,
huh?
He thinks it's all one big joke, and all the liberals are liking his tweet. And isn't Marty so funny?
Really, I just want I want him to come on and offer me tickets to the first cockfighting exhibition in the Uncle Omar Lounge.
We called his press office this morning, and they never got back to us.
I don't think I'm asking for much. Can I stay? Can I book a reservation there and get a room with all the gangbangers and instead I don't want no chocolates on my pillow. I want an Obama phone like all the illegal aliens get.
You were pretty nice to him the last time he came into the studio. I mean, you did harangue him about the Olympics, but you were right on that one.
I was, and I turned out to be right, and I pointed out the picture of his cousin who has the same name yelling at somebody at a town hall meeting in Dorchester, and I get along with Marty okay,
not as well as the sports guys apparently.
Well, let's listen to some of this.
Telling us is what you said last night is just only children will be allowed to sleep in your office, like you said, in City Hall.
Right. Don't be a wise guy about it.
You said not adults. You said children like Brian, the 7-year-old. What you said was, if people want to live here, they'll live here. This is your words, not mine. They can use my office. They can use any office in the building. Hold on, any place they want to use, they'll be able to use this building as a safe space. Who are they? Who are they?
Anybody who, if this, depending on what the actions of Washington are. We'll see what happens in the actions of Washington.
Well, who are they, though? When you say they, who are they?
Kids who were here brought by.
Right, so I'm not being a wise guy. You said kids. I'm saying kids.
No, you are.
Wait,
how? You just said kids.
He's making it out like he said kid. He didn't say kids. He said everybody. If you're afraid, you could move into City Hall. And, we're going to set up the EBT arms, and we're going to have valet parking for your lowrider. And, we'll have a lobby where we can have open-air fentanyl dealing going on. He didn't say that, but, what are they going to do? That's what they do, okay? So then he's asked about Matthew Denise. Matthew Denise is a guy who lived in Milford, just got out of UMass. He was about to start a new job, begin his career. He was on this little motor scooter, and he was riding around on a Saturday afternoon, and this drunk illegal alien from Ecuador with a bunch of kids on welfare, including his anchor baby, was drunk out of his mind. He'd drunk like 2 6-packs of beer, although he claimed he couldn't speak English or Spanish. He was somehow able to buy the beer, and he ran over this poor kid, Matthew Denise, and just ran him over. It didn't stop, just kept going, and if it stopped, Matthew Denise would have been injured, but he'd be alive today. And he didn't stop, and he killed him. And his mother actually campaigned with Donald Trump in the fall. She was one of the angel moms, as they call them, the survivors of people who were murdered or killed by illegal aliens. And this is one of the most horrific cases in Massachusetts. They're all over the country, obviously, but this is one of the worst ones we've ever had. And of course, Deval Patrick could never remember his name when he was governor, and apparently Marty Walsh doesn't know his name either.
No. I probably do, but remind me later.
Matthew Denise, because it was supposed to be it. 3 million to be over. So you're saying children.
And when Reagan does, it's naiveness.
It was, yes, it was. Do you know, Marty, do you know who Matthew Denise is?
Naiveness? No. I probably do, but remind me later.
Matthew Denise is the guy, the man from
He's from
Milford.
He's from Milford.
He was killed by a drunk driving illegal alien. Do you have any sympathy for Matthew Denise's family?
I do. I have sympathy for every family member who loses.
You just don't know who he is. His family appears with Trump. They campaigned with Trump.
Right.
And and obviously they're still grieving. Their son was run over by a drunk driver.
And my hat goes out to them.
But if they're drunk driving illegal aliens in Boston, you're going to do nothing. You're not going to turn them over to the feds. You're not going to toss them out of the country.
Other people. I think if we have an issue, if there's an issue with drunk driving, we need to deal with the issue of drunk driving.
What does that mean? Hold on. Marty, what does that mean? You have to deal with the issue of drunk driving.
We're dealing in the city of Boston with substance abuse and recovery issues. When I was a state rep, we voted to make sure we enforce the law stronger.
So if somebody in this country somebody's in this country illegally and they get busted for drunk driving, that's going to be your solution, is to get treatment for them?
What about the family that's here working, that's undocumented, that's working hard and trying to earn a living and try to.
They're illegally here, Marty. Okay. By the way, and this guy, if you're trying to remember who this illegal alien was, this is the guy. He had, of course, taxpayer-funded defense when he went to trial, and they hired a psychologist, and the psychologist interviewed him and said that he could not be held accountable for his actions because he was I think they called him I forget what they called him, but basically an Indian, a mestizo, half Indian, half what. They said that he didn't have the enzyme needed to process alcohol, so therefore he was not responsible for his actions. Yeah, you ever try that one the next time you're stopped for drunk driving? Say that you lack the enzyme to metabolize alcohol. That was their excuse. That came out in court. I wrote several columns about it. We posted it online. I was stunned that I was writing this because I couldn't believe that they would go with that. And Marty doesn't remember any of it. Marty,
he sounded real sincere though, in his heart going out to them.
I don't get it. Where's the sympathy for Americans? Where's the and it makes it sound like they're hardworking. I want to know where the people that were with him, where do they work exactly? They're illegal aliens. So are they committing identity theft to work, or are they not working? I think they're not working. And if they are working, then they're committing identity theft. How many ads do you hear on the radio every day for identity theft? So these people, these quote unquote hardworking illegal aliens, they're responsible for this identity theft. And sometimes you got people going to prison who are Americans for identity theft, but then when they're illegal aliens, they don't even give them a jail sentence at all because they say, well, this will expose them to being deported from the country, like the case in Springfield with the illegal alien who was taking the food stamps, the EBT cards. Remember that? He stole $40,000 in EBT funds, and they said, we can't send him to prison because if we do, he'll be deported. So they gave it. He steals $40,000 from the taxpayers, and they gave him a suspended sentence because they didn't want to deport him because, he's a good boy, a very good boy. Arthur, you're next with Howie Carr. Go ahead, Arthur.
Hey, Howie.
Hi.
You're right. These guys. Wouldn't it be wonderful if these guys fought as hard for American families? Never once do they question the fact that American families, people have to work 2-3 jobs to pay for these people who don't work. Just take our benefits, clog our schools where they don't speak English. They're just taking up space here. They're not contributing anything. They're taking everything and giving us back nothing.
They're
but
contributing
crime.
infectious diseases, Arthur. Don't forget that, though. They are. 20 years ago, you didn't have any whooping cough or diphtheria or tuberculosis. All of these diseases had been pretty much eradicated. Now they're back. Thank you to Marty Walsh's friends.
Yeah, and you know something else? I think Marty needs a distraction pretty bad because every day with the news about that criminal behavior that he's facing, it's getting closer every day, and I think he needs distractions.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, when I heard him use the word unjustly targeted, I mean, that's such a federal word, targeted, you know? I mean, that's just not...
He's unjustly targeted, I think.
He does. He does. That's why he bonds with these people, because he too considers himself to be unjustly targeted. You know, he spent his whole life being a union thug, and now they're telling him it's against the law to be a union thug just because you're the mayor. I mean, it just seems so terribly unfair, doesn't it, Arthur? Come on. Thanks for
you know something, Howie? These people, from wherever they come from. They just can't leave it behind, and you know something, I don't think he'll finish out his term.
Compared to Tito Jackson, who's running against him, I don't know who I would vote for if I lived in Boston. But this is really a bad thing that he's done. And then this whole thing about how he reads the letter from the 7-year-old kid saying, "Thanks for protecting us from a madman." That means if you enforce the law now, by the definition of the mayor of Boston, you're a madman. If you enforce the law. That includes the laws against corrupt organizations and racketeering, Mayor. You know what racketeering is? Steve, you're next with Howie Carr. Go ahead, Steve. Quickly.
Hey, Howie. Hey, there's another tool that the taxpayers have. There are a lot of special acts in the legislature in the state where various cities can recall their mayors and city council members. So if we want to go after some of these sanctuary cities, we could put an anti-illegal, alien-friendly administration in.
Yeah, would have to win the election, though, Steve. You'll notice that these are not like in conservative communities where we have these sanctuary policies. These are in cities that are overrun with illegal aliens and moonbats and people with trust funds. Look at the vote in the November election in Boston and Somerville. Thanks for the call, Steve. We'll be back with more of this in a moment. I'm Howie Carr.
And now, 6 fun facts in 60 seconds with Grace Curley.
In 1999, the U.S. government paid the Zapruder family $16 million for the film of JFK's assassination. How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? The world may never know, but on average, a licking machine made at Purdue needed 364. Famed ice cream makers Ben and Jerry originally considered getting into the bagel business, but the equipment was too expensive. In 1980, Detroit presented Saddam Hussein with a key to the city. In 1986, iPhone maker Apple launched a clothing line. Between 1900 and 1920, tug of war was an Olympic event.
This has been 6 Fun Facts with Grace Curley in 60 seconds. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and tweets at HowieCarrShow.com.
You've probably heard about all the great benefits of goat milk soap, but did you know some companies take shortcuts? At Old New England Soap, we make our organic goat's milk soap using 36% goat's milk. That's 17% more than most others. Our bars are larger, so they last longer, producing lots of lather packed with vitamins. And our soap is a natural moisturizer that smooths dry and damaged skin. Order online at oldnesoap.com. That's oldnesoap.com. You've tried the rest. Now try the best. oldnesoap.com.
Water-based soaps on supermarket shelves use harsh chemical acids to break down dead skin cells. And that's just not good for you. At Old New England Soap, our soaps are made without chemical ingredients, contain no alcohol or petroleum products, and use 85% organic materials and carry the USDA's organic certification. Try some today. Go to oldnesoap.com. That's oldnesoap.com. oldnesoap.com.
The Howie Carr Show.
Steve Robinson, HCRN News. Demonstrations throughout Philly today as the president is in town for a big GOP retreat. The massive crowd started filling in last night when an estimated 1,000 people they were seen outside the Lowe's Hotel downtown. Crowds 5 times that size were there to greet the president today. Trump has pledged that every decision on trade, on taxes, on immigration, on foreign affairs will be made to the benefit of American workers and American families. But mayors of sanctuary cities don't see it that way. That's because Trump signed an order yesterday that would strip federal funding for so-called sanctuary cities that do not arrest illegal immigrants living in the United States. Philadelphia is one of those cities. Speaking to Channel 6 Action News, Philadelphia Mayor Jim Kenney, a real moonbat, said he has no intention of obeying the president's order.
We will continue to uphold the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution and require a warrant for someone to be held in jail.
How much money might Philly lose? The mayor says that's a figure he will have to investigate. As for developments affecting immigrants, legal and illegal, Mexico's president has canceled his upcoming White House visit, angry over the fact that the president is trying to force Mexico to pay for the wall. Census Bureau figures indicate more than 500,000 residents in Massachusetts are living in poverty as lawmakers seek to raise the pay for top legislators, judges, and other government officials. Lawmakers are now at it again, quickly moving to place a proposal on the governor's desk. The Massachusetts House yesterday approved a pay raise package, and the Massachusetts Senate is expected to take it up as soon as possible. Maine Governor Paul LePage is traveling across the state this week promoting his final 2-year budget proposal. A town hall-style meeting took place last night in Biddeford, the Republican governor's first town hall of the year. LePage says his $6.8 billion budget proposal protects the elderly and prevents economic harm from ballot initiatives that raise the minimum wage and imposed a 3% surtax on wealthy individuals' income. Now this.
If your home has hard water, then it's likely that limescale is clogging your pipes, damaging your appliances, costing you hundreds of dollars each year. You can eliminate limescale in the entire house with HydroCare products available at Wave Home Solutions. Easy and efficient with no maintenance, no salts, no chemicals, and no coils. And you can buy with confidence from Wave Home Solutions. Performance guaranteed. Just go to bestwater411.com. That's bestwater411.com.
So, you love talk radio? Then you'll love TalkStreamLive.com. TalkStream Live is always on with the best streaming talk shows. Find your favorite talkers and discover some new ones. It's free, readily available online or on mobile with any smartphone or tablet. Finding your favorite talk shows all in one place has gotten a whole lot easier. Just go to TalkStreamLive.com. Be sure to download the free apps from Google Play or the iTunes App Store.
January is hardly considered a growing season in New England. That's why farmers in colder areas increasingly use greenhouses and similar structures to meet wintertime demand for locally grown produce. Uncle Sam has been helping spur the growth in winter farming by providing financial and technical assistance to farmers to install a type of greenhouse to extend the growing season. Thumbs down in New Hampshire, where the American Lung Association says the Granite State does a poor job in preventing tobacco use and helping current smokers quit. The association's annual report, State of Tobacco Control, evaluates states and the federal government on 5 policies and laws it believes are necessary to save lives. Good news for those of you who fly out of Bradley International and Windsor Locks. Spirit Airline will begin daily year-round service to Orlando, Florida on April 27th, as well as 4-day-a-week flights to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. But there's more. Connecticut Governor Dan Malloy shares that news.
The airline expects to announce additional flights. We certainly are hoping and encouraging them to do that to additional cities later this year. It's another step forward for our transportation system, and it's another step forward for us to be connected here in Connecticut with so many other destinations.
Spirit Airlines starts with what it calls Bear Fare, which includes no free bags other than a small carry-on and no free drinks. A representative for the airline said flights begin at $34 a day, with the average one-way fare of $50. There are also extra fees for seats customers request, ranging from $1 to $50, while the fee for big front seats ranges from $12 to $199. If you print your boarding pass at home, it's free, but it'll cost $2 to print it at the airport kiosk or $10 for an agent to print it for you. I'm Steve Robinson, HCRN News.
Hey guys, it's Grace from the Howie Carr Show. Gifts are always great, but who really needs more stuff? Let's be honest, between Christmas and the New Year, it's hard to come up with a nice way to give a great gift without just regifting that old fruitcake. But luckily, we have the perfect gift idea for you. It's the Howie Carr Show VIP experience. If someone you know is a fan of Howard Lawrence Carr, then this is the perfect way to celebrate any occasion. Come visit Howie in our brand new studio and watch the entire show. Best part? Well, if you were to ask Howie, he'd probably say the Kowloon. And I can't really disagree. But there is also no other way to see all the behind-the-scenes work that goes into New England's favorite radio show. Get your picture with Howie and a selfie with yours truly. We've had over 100 people enjoy the VIP experience, and the reviews have been stellar. We've even had the occasional guest on air to tell their own funny story to the listeners. So don't delay and buy your VIP experience today at HowieCarrshow.com. Click store. HowieCarrshow.com. Click store.
Strap yourself in. It's time for the Howie Carr Show.
Mr. President, we could use more ATF agents, more FBI agents in the city of Chicago so we could take the guns off our street. But yes, you're with the NRA. The NRA that endorsed him, that he is so part of his relationship. You know what that NRA did? It crippled the laws of the city of Chicago in the courts so that we cannot keep guns off our streets.
Live from an undisclosed location.
We will not be intimidated by the threat to federal funding. I want to say directly to anyone who feels threatened today or vulnerable. If necessary, we will use City Hall itself to shelter and protect anyone who's targeted unjustly.
Unchained and unstoppable.
If Trump wants to make Mexico pay for this wall, then one way to do it, Melissa, would be to have this effective tariff on goods that come in from Mexico and then dedicate that revenues to the cost of building the wall, which could be, we don't exactly know how it could be. I've heard figures anywhere from $6 to $20 billion.
Who's your captain? Howie Carr.
I thought this law was supposed to help everybody. This law was never supposed to help everybody, Tucker. That wasn't the design. The law was actually explicitly designed first in Massachusetts and then for the nation to leave the vast majority of Americans alone. I think Americans just don't understand what this law has done for them.
Who do you love? Howie Carr.
I'm going to be the president of a safe country. We have enough problems. Now, I'll absolutely do safe zones in Syria for the people. I think that Europe has made a tremendous mistake by allowing these millions of people to go into Germany and various other countries.
Rump swabs, hacks, and moonbats beware. It's Howie Carr.
1-844-500-4242. Welcome to the Howie Carr Show this afternoon, and we are talking about Donald Trump and his immigration plans and his crackdown on illegal aliens. And shockingly, at least to some people, he is following through on all of his campaign promises, including building a wall on the Mexican border. And now all of the liberals who don't care about the fact that we're running this year alone $1 trillion deficit because of Obama's policies. Obama, their hero, ran up more deficits in 8 years than the previous 43 presidents had run up combined in more than 200 years. So now they're suddenly wringing their hands about the fact that the cost of the Mexican wall is going to be $10 billion or maybe $12 billion. So now they are talking about the fact that the tool to pay the way they're going to pay for the wall is to have a 20% tax on all products coming in from Mexico. Is that correct? Is that what they're saying?
That's what the Associated Press is reporting right now.
Yeah, 20% tax. I would say the easiest way to do it would just be to have a remittance tax, which they've also talked about. That means when the Mexicans come over here and they get their welfare payments, some of them work. They work under the table if they're illegals, but some of them work. They're legally here. But anyway, any money that they send back, and again, I think a large proportion of that is welfare money, should be taxed at a punitive rate. I don't care if it's 40, 50%. I mean, the Democrats have no problems with taxing working Americans 40%. That's the current top marginal rate is just under 40%. Why not tax the illegal aliens who are sending money back to Mexico? They say that last year the Mexicans here in the United States sent $23 billion back to Mexico. $23 billion.
Isn't it like a fifth of the Mexican economy, remittances from the U.S.?
It's every year it becomes, they're becoming, just as the Mexicans here are predominantly on welfare of one form or another, even if they're working, they're getting welfare in some form, most of them. They're addicted to welfare, and now they're sending the money back, and the Mexicans that remain in Mexico are becoming addicted to welfare. I mean, this is a way to, force them to go cold turkey and actually have to, make a living for themselves rather than leech off the taxpayers of the United States of America. I'm all for it. And, we've got there's one of the great things, we didn't talk about it much yesterday, that's included in this package of immigration reforms is that there's going to be an office created to study the effects of illegal alien crime, and that is going to try to uncover the immigration status of all imprisoned immigrants. And as you know, we've talked about this before, it's becoming increasingly difficult to get the immigration status of criminals from law enforcement, especially ones that are controlled by Democrat politicians.
I think you're qualified to head up that office. You spend so much time calling different police departments and attorneys general's office. I think you could be very qualified. Yeah. Inspector Howie, I see a job for you.
Yeah, I am, I think, qualified for the job, but I don't think I want to take that job. It's very frustrating even to do it on an occasional basis. You just call in and they say, we don't have that. You have to call Yatat. And then you call Yatat and they say, no, we don't have that either. You have to call so-and-so. There are a few places that will give you the information, but not many anymore. And so all you do is you just, what I've taken to doing is, okay, you have on the police report where they were born, right? Okay. Where were they born? And I can at least put that into my column, where they were born. And then another follow-up question, which used to produce really good results, but it's now become like pulling teeth. I would ask them, did Yatat have an EBT card on him? Did he have a Mass Health card on him, which is the Medicaid card for Massachusetts, if it's Massachusetts that we're talking about? And, then, of course, they sometimes they have 2, 3, 4 EBT cards. And sometimes they're all issued to themselves under different names, or in some cases they've taken them as deposits for the drug transactions that they're running. I mean, it's just such a crime wave that has been created by having these millions and millions of people who are here. And they're not subject to the same laws that we are. I mean, I don't know how else to describe it. Somebody from California called yesterday and said, in California, if you get stopped and you're an illegal alien, they won't tow your car, even if it's a violation that results in the car being towed if you're a U.S. citizen. So so much for I think it's called the 14th Amendment. Equal protection under the law. There is no more equal protection under the law. They have more rights than we do. That's why I always say, if I ever get in a jam, I don't ask for any special treatment. I just want to be treated like an illegal alien, so to be allowed to go on. And this would be great to have this. And they're talking about releasing this list weekly of illegal alien crimes that are committed in the sanctuary cities. That would be a real eye opener. Those of us who follow this closely, it's not like it can't be obtained, but this would be a one-stop service online, one website to go to.
Do you think the liberal outlets and blogs would even cover it, even if the federal government makes the list available and makes it so easy for them to cover it?
Did they print the WikiLeaks when they were embarrassing to the Democratic Party last fall? No. But it'll be there. That's the thing. I mean, I'll tweet it out every week when it comes out. I'll post it online, and so will a lot of other people. there will be ways to get it. And, people can, their Moonbat friends can see it on Facebook until they unfriend the person who's posting this terrible, terrible, true information. Sign Dog, you're next with Howie Carr. Go ahead, Sign Dog.
Afternoon, Captain.
Hi.
I think you missed the most important amenity for the State House, and that would be the Clarabelle Ventura Daycare in Burnstown.
Oh, yes, Clarabelle Ventura. Yeah, this is another great welfare recipient of years past here in Massachusetts. She was actually a citizen, Sign Dog. She was a Puerto Rican. But, she had like 13 siblings, I think, and they were all on welfare. And she was she had these illegitimate kids, babies, and she got tired of taking care of them. So she boiled some water and put their hands in the boiling water. And then all of her siblings, none of whom worked, they were all on welfare. They all said, "Why didn't the state do something?" Like it was the state's responsibility. What about them? It was their nephews and nieces who were getting burned, and they were right in the same house, and they didn't do anything. Yeah, I know.
I remember the child's name, Ernesto.
Ernesto.
Because it was so heinous. And
yeah.
It was one of 74, if you remember, who were on the dole. And then it went down to 72 because 2 of them were killed in drug deals. I remember you wrote the call about it.
No, I remember. And they said, they said, what should the state, one of the stories actually interviewed one of the Clarabelle Ventura's siblings. And they said, what should the state do about this situation with everybody on welfare? And the sibling said, send more money. That was the kicker of the story. Send more money. That's the solution for everything when it comes to illegal aliens. More handouts.
I'm telling you, I almost got physically ill.
Yeah.
Physically ill a couple of days ago when I saw Elizabeth lying Sacagawea and Warren up there pounding the podium. This isn't whining. This isn't crying. This is fighting back.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking to myself, wait a second. The parties nominated their candidates. They put out the platform. It went to the polls. Donald Trump won the election. End of story. Deal with it.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, she's really a loathsome human being, Elizabeth Warren, in my opinion. And I don't think she's as popular as they think she is either.
Thanks for she's hauling down her 360 Lodge.
Yeah, she was making if you don't know Elizabeth Warren, the senator from Massachusetts, she used to be a professor at Harvard Law School, the job she got by falsely claiming to be an American Indian. And she was teaching one course at the university for $350,000. One course for $350,000. I used to teach at Boston University. I got $1,000 a course. I taught two courses a semester, and oh man, it was a pain. I think I worked harder than she did. All right, thank you. Thanks for the call, Sign Dog. Let's see here. This half hour of the Howie Carr Show is powered by Val 6 Heaters. Warm up today and order a Val 6 heater. Order at val6heaters.com, val6heaters.com. I'm Howie Carr.
Hang on. The Howie Carr Show returns next.
You know one of the great things about America? We've got something like 23 brands of toilet paper, 119 brands of cereal, and about a bazillion brands of perfume. And you know why we have so many choices? Competition. Yup, good old American competition. Ruthless, merciless, pitiless, relentless, remorseless, heartless, unstoppable, unyielding, unsympathetic, unforgiving, uncompassionate, inescapable competition. But you see what competition does? It makes us go that extra mile, build that better mousetrap, give it that extra 1% every day to be softer, tastier, and yes, smellier than the next fella. Well, we here at Matthews Brothers have been dealing with competition since before the Civil War. And let me tell you, sister, it's made us stronger and more responsive with a long history of product and process improvements. Competition has made us better. And you know what that means, Roger? We don't fear the competition, we are the competition. So do the patriotic thing and see our wicked awesome Maine-made windows, but only at better lumberyards and window professionals, or on the web at MatthewsBrothers.com. Matthews Brothers with one T, America's oldest window manufacturer.
4 Vets. The DV Farm in southwestern New Hampshire provides housing for homeless veterans and the rehab and support they need to reintegrate back into civilian life. Learn more and find out how you can support the DV Farm at dvfarm.org. That's dvfarm.org.
Are you sick and tired of waking up during the night to go? Those constant interruptions during the day? A common problem for men of a certain age. Well, after a few months of taking Prostate Revive, this is no longer an issue for me, and it doesn't have to be for you either. This all-natural formula created by renowned holistic physician Dr. David Brownstein was formulated to target those uncomfortable issues related to prostate health. I'm proof that all-natural Prostate Revive takes care of my prostate issues. I'm sleeping restfully through the night, and everyone knows that a great night's sleep is critical to a productive day. Prostate Revive works for me, and I know it can work for you too. The people at Prostate Revive are offering my listeners a special deal to try Prostate Revive. That's right, my listeners can get a 30-day supply risk-free. Just pay $4.95 to cover shipping and handling. So do what I did. Revive your prostate with Prostate Revive. Call 1-800-300-2700. 1-800-300-2700. That's 1-800-300-2700. Or go to revive411.com. That's revive411.com.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
How do you spend $1 million doing the soccer field? You have a level piece of land. Throw them a ball, let them play soccer if they have to play it all. We don't want to listen to his stuff with being politically correct and everything has to. We have a lot of work to do. 10 years ago, everybody wanted the wall. The Democrats, the Republicans, they couldn't get it. You know one of the reasons they couldn't get it? Environmental impact statements. Did you know that? There were toads. It's the most incredible thing. Number one, I wouldn't even think about anything until I built a wall impenetrable. There will be nobody coming into this country illegally. But our people don't have a clue. We give state dinners to the heads of China. I say, why are you doing state dinners for them? They're ripping us left and right. Just take them to McDonald's and go back to the negotiating table. Seriously.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Hi, folks. In a world of GMO, genetically modified organisms, that is, chemicals, processed foods, and a healthcare system that's unraveling like a cheap suit, it's time to prepare. God created herbs, and herbs help man. Our body can heal itself, just sometimes we need assistance. You need some help? GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Our mild detox is quite powerful with its unique blend of 8 different herbs. And if you're looking for more, our non-GMO supplements will help you with different needs you might have. Health should be a top priority. Take care of your health naturally. Log on to GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Give your body a treat. Let the herbs do their thing naturally. Read all the testimonies on the website, GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Sickness and viruses are like intruders, and herbs are like warriors. Let the tea work for you. That's GetTheTea.com.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
About 6 years ago, I was diagnosed with congestive heart failure. I went from being able to work 14, 16 hours a day with no problem to where I could barely walk a block to the store without having to stop and rest. I went on to the phytonutrients about 6 months ago, and within a couple of months, my medical doctor had cut my prescriptions down in a little bit smaller dosage. The next time I went back a month later, I walked into the doctor's office and he says, "My gosh, what's happened to you? You don't even look like the same person." He looked at my legs and the swelling had gone down, my blood pressure was down. The venous stasis ulcers that I had had on my legs for the last 4 or 5 years because of the poor circulation were all healed, and I'm feeling far better.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751 or go online to balanceofnature.com.
Use promo code TSL.
Want to spend a day in studio with Howie Carr? Get to HowieCarrShow.com and click store to get tickets to Howie's in-studio VIP experience. Now, back to Howie Carr.
Today's poll question is brought to you by the Car Guys. Purchasing a pre-owned car can be tricky, but not if you go through Bill Papa George. He is the absolute best in the business. Both Grace and I use the Car Guys, and we are so happy we did. Call 800-300-4600. That's 800-300-4600. Steve, what is the poll question? What are the results thus far?
Will Boston Mayor Marty Walsh eventually cave on his decision to keep Boston a sanctuary city?
Yes, I think he will.
Yeah, 74% say he's laughing right now and cracking jokes on Twitter about it, but he will ultimately back down.
Yes.
What a weasel.
Okay. And it's the last Thursday of the month. That means it's time for the Tool of the Month contest. At this time, every month we play the 3 most obnoxious sound cuts of the month, in our opinion, and we always have a huge selection, obviously. And we ask you to vote at HowieCarrShow.com on what the most obnoxious sound cut of the month is. The Tool of the Month is brought to you by Maine Oxy. This month featuring the Hot Spotter propane torch. Zap ice and snow in seconds. Plus, when the warm weather comes, you can burn weeds and fix asphalt too. Just $49.95. Maine Oxy, your first choice for gases, welding, and innovative solutions since 1929. So what are the choices, Steve?
Well, the choices are Chelsea Handler, who for her xenophobic attack on Melania Trump, Sally Brown for saying that white people need to be trained to just shut up, and Mayor Walsh for saying that he's going to turn City Hall into an illegal immigrant hotel.
An illegal immigrant welfare hotel, I like to call it. Yes.
EBT Arms.
I'm voting for Chelsea Handler.
51% voted for Chelsea Handler, 26% voted for Sally Brown. So the good news is Marty Walsh is not the Tool of the Month so far. Just 23% voted for him.
But there will be other months, yes, as the investigation continues. He's paying $10,000 a month to Mintz Levin, the law firm that was used by unindicted co-conspirator House Speaker Bob DeLeo. Bob DeLeo spent about $600,000 with Mintz Levin to remain an unindicted as opposed to an indicted co-conspirator. And now Marty's trying to get the same reasonable doubt at a somewhat reasonable price, I guess. Michelle, you're next with Howie Carr. Go ahead, Michelle.
Hi, Howie.
Hi.
My name is Michelle, obviously, and I'm the state director for the Convention of States project here in Massachusetts.
Yes.
And it's really good to hear you talking about all of the things, actually, that you're talking about today. I am so appalled by DeLeo and Brownsberger actually fighting for a $75,000 a year pay increase.
Yeah, this is what the legislature is voting itself a giant pay raise for the legislative leaders, and the governor said he might veto it. Once he learned that they had the votes to override his veto, he decided it might be a good thing for him to veto the legislation. I think they've cut it down now to $50,000, Michelle, if it makes you feel any better. By the way, they gave themselves a raise in December. It's January, and they're giving themselves another raise.
Can you believe it?
Yes, I can.
It's really disgusting. and as I said, I'm the state director for Convention of States project.
Yes.
And I think it's time. It's time for it. It's time for people to call a Convention of States.
Yeah.
And
this is the call of a Convention of States, and then you would rewrite or fine tune the Constitution. And if we can put up a message and put up her website, and so people can go and see what they're all about. It's a lengthy process, and it would require a large number of states. It's somewhat easier now than it was when they started a couple of years ago because there's been more Republicans taking over states. Mark Levin has been involved in this. But thanks for the call, Michelle. Don, you're next with Howie Carr. Go ahead, Don.
Hi, Howie. Don in Stoughton here. I want to go back to May of 2010 when a illegal dressed in a mariachi outfit in Brighton rear-ended Representative Mike Moron.
Yes.
Then you tell your listeners why the guy was laughing when the cops came.
You tell them, Don. This is a state. He hit a state rep. I think it was on St. Patrick's Day, wasn't it?
I believe that is the case. Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
The illegal immigrant was laughing because he said he knew nothing would be done to him when the police got there.
Yeah. And it struck a member of the general court. I mean, not that not that he's more important than any of us, but he is a state rep, and you'd think that a guy who I believe didn't the state rep say he didn't want anything to happen to this illegal alien?
I believe that's the case. His name was Isaiah Najaro.
Yeah. And
Representative Moran had actually voted not to do anything to illegals that were here in Massachusetts.
Yeah. Well, that's it's I know. I know, it's just amazing.
I'm laughing.
Yeah, I know, and we just played a cut from earlier today. The mayor of Boston, Marty Walsh, has offered to open up City Hall to all illegal aliens. He's not opening up his own house to illegal aliens, just City Hall. And then when he was confronted on his statements from yesterday by on a sports show this morning, he said, "Oh, I just was talking about kids." No, he wasn't. He was talking about everybody. We've asked him to come on the show, and when the phone didn't ring, we knew it was his honor. I'm Howie Carr.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I'm telling you right now, it's awesome. I was trying to get my blood pressure regulated, okay? And after 3 days of taking this thing, my blood pressure went back down to normal. I am ecstatic. I am so happy with this stuff. It is my savior.
This was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now. It works.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code TALK.
It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life, but I should have ordered it like 15 years ago.
And now, 6 fun facts in 60 seconds with Grace Curley.
A hummingbird weighs less than a penny. The founders of Google were willing to sell Google for $1 million to Excite in 1999, but Excite turned them down. Google is now worth $527 billion. On average, 12 newborns will be given to the wrong parents daily. There are no clocks in Las Vegas gambling casinos. Sea otters hold hands while they sleep so they won't drift apart. Aww. Do you ever wonder where the phrase, "it's raining cats and dogs" comes from? In the 17th century, many homeless cats and dogs would drown and float down the streets of England, making it look like it literally rained cats and dogs.
This has been 6 fun facts with Grace Curley in 60 seconds. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and tweets at HowieCarrShow.com.
Hey there, quick question for you. Would you be okay with more energy, more endurance, thicker, healthier hair, a better mood, reduced appearance of wrinkles, improved sleep, improved blood pressure and cholesterol profiles, improved vision, improved memory? Okay then. Well now, have you heard of Nature's Youth RSF? It's from the anti-aging experts at nature'syouth.com. nature'syouth.com. See, at Nature's Youth, they understand exactly what it means to provide top-quality health products. And Nature's Youth customers not only improve their health, they know they're also providing their body with the right nourishment to maintain that peak performance and fight the aging process. If health, wellness, and nutrition are what you desire, choose Nature's Youth RSF. I did. You see, you're going to get older. It's just up to you how you feel when you get there. Get started today. Nature's Youth RSF. Simple to use, simple to order. Go to nature'syouth.com. That's nature'syouth.com. nature'syouth.com.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I'm telling you right now, it's awesome. I was trying to get my blood pressure regulated, okay? And after 3 days of taking this thing, my blood pressure went back down to normal. I am ecstatic. I am so happy with this stuff. It is my savior.
This was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now. It works.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code TALK.
It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life, but I should have ordered it like 15 years ago.
Read the uncut edition of Howie's latest Boston Herald column at HowieCarrShow.com. This is the Howie Carr Show.
1-844-500-4242. That is the toll-free number of the Howie Carr Show. We're joined in this segment by Mickey Kaus. He is a blogger and a writer from California, and he ran for the Senate once in California, and he's a friend of Ann Coulter, and he is an expert on immigration issues, and that's why we wanted to have him on today. Mickey, thanks for being with us here on the Howie Carr Show.
Thank you, Howie.
What's the story with the Dreamers? What do you think's going on here? With what's the solution going to be?
Nobody knows. Well, the solution is some sort of deal. I mean, clearly, Trump does not want. He wants to end the worry on the part of these people that they're going to be deported. So he wants to cut some sort of deal. They weren't deported before. They're not going to be deported in the future, but they have a big PR campaign about how worried they are.
Right.
And they probably are worried. So he wants to cut some sort of deal in exchange for saying that they're not going to be deported, giving them some legal status. The immigration hawks want an extension of various enforcement measures like E-Verify. They maybe want a cut in certain immigration categories, and they want some sort of restriction of chain migration, which is people bringing in their distant relatives. Everybody agrees they should be able to bring their wife and their children, but the uncle, the cousin, they don't have to come. So,
and then the uncle and the cousin can bring their cousin in, and it just goes on and on and on. Yeah.
So there's some deal there to be cut, and this is all preliminary to the deal. And the question is Trump so scared of the bad press from the media if he rescinds Obama's decree and the Dreamers start to kick up a fuss about, we're so scared, that he thinks that's the best way to cut a deal, or is the best way to cut a deal to show some toughness and say, look, we're not going to issue any more of these legalization documents, and so the sword of Damocles is hanging over their heads, and it's sort of a situation where you better act now because the longer it takes to cut the deal, the more of these work permits will not be renewed.
Well, I mean, he hasn't been, Mickey. He hasn't been too worried about the blowback on any of these other orders. I mean, these people are just acting very silly. I mean, look at the Madeleine Albright. She's saying that she's going to sign up for the Muslim registry. There's no Muslim registry, and everybody knows it. I mean, they're just they're all posturing here for political purposes, grandstanding. I mean, wouldn't the easiest thing to do just let everything run out? They get these the Dreamers got 2-year waivers, correct, from being enforced. So just let the waivers run out, and then they're illegal again, and adios amigo, right?
Well, not even adios amigo. I mean, they probably won't be deported. I mean, Trump has said he wants to go after criminals first, and if they're not criminal, they probably have nothing to worry about. So, yes, that would be the sensible thing to do. Not revoke them. Not say, okay, I'm stripping you of your permits, your waiver, but just let them run out in the course of time. The Albright thing was hilarious because there's no Muslim registry. They have to go ahead with this stunt ahead of time because if they'd waited a week, it would be clear that there's no Muslim registry. So that was I thought that was more funny than it was a serious. A serious stunt.
Right, and then of course she also had to tell us about all of her other religions that she'd been through the course of her life. Like, here's a quarter, Madeleine. Call someone who cares, right?
Well, the Islam was the only one that was left practically, so she's taking the grand tour.
So what are you satisfied? You're a hardliner on immigration, I would say. I think that's pretty evident. Are you happy with what you've seen here in the last few days from Donald Trump?
I'm certainly happy with the last few days. I mean, he did the border wall, which some people say he wouldn't do, and he's going after sanctuary cities. But I don't want to be ungrateful, but there are a whole lot of other things he promised that he hasn't delivered. The most obvious one is this thing about the Dreamers, but there's also the refugee orders he hasn't quite signed yet.
Mm-hmm.
And he's the one he's most likely to wimp out on if he does is the Dreamers. And I there's no real indication that he's going to wimp out, but it just you never know with this guy. I mean, even the people who know don't know. Clinton was the same way. You didn't really know what he was going to do until he actually did it. So it's not something unique to Trump, but there's a paucity of information. bizarrely, the text of the draft orders has been leaked to a left-wing site, Vox.com, and you can go there and read them. And I'm starting a campaign, Sign the Vox Decrees, sort of as a ironic campaign slogan. But this is the problem. You sound ungrateful if you say, no, do the second half of what you promised too. But we do want him to do the second half of what he promised.
Well, let's talk about the refugees. I mean, this is because all of these things have were started in good faith way back when, and they've all been terribly abused. But the whole refugee asylum program, that's one of the worst abuses of all. I think it's now used by anybody to get into the country. Right? Explain to people how the refugee system works.
Supposedly you have to have a fear of persecution, and culture claims that they're all fakes. I'm not sure they're all fakes, but it's used by a lot of people who are just ordinary economic refugees who want to come here for perfectly legitimate reasons. They want to make a living, and they can make a better one here.
Right.
And if you claim some persecution, you can get in, and it has the perverse effect of it means we have to take refugees from the most screwed up societies in the world. In other words, if your country is so screwed up that you're persecuted and it breaks apart and there's a vicious civil war, then we have to take you in. If you come from a perfectly peaceful culture with a solid society, you don't get in. So it has that perverse effect, but in small numbers it's tolerable and it's a good humanitarian thing to do. The problem is the numbers are getting pretty big. Especially from Central America, where there are hundreds of thousands of people now coming every year. And in theory, they could all claim asylum.
Yeah, and but there have also been cases. I think this is what Ann is referring to in some cases. Like I read a story in the New York Post that in India somewhere in one of these provinces. I mean, India is a fairly stable country. But all these people have discovered that if they claim they're being persecuted, they can come to the United States and live in Queens and get these jobs. And so you have all these people coming in, and they're all making the exact same claim of persecution and demanding refuge. And it's a big scam.
Right, and there's sort of a script, and they say, "Hey, read this script, and you'll get in." And of course, the pro-immigration people have no incentive to crack down on the scam. But it's discrediting the real asylum cases, and
right.
I'm sure there are some where if you go back to the country, you'll be killed.
And the other problem, of course, is that if you come in as a refugee or an asylee, you become automatically eligible for welfare. So and people who, and I know it's only for 5 years theoretically. But, if you come into a place and you never work and you're taken care of, odds are you're not going to be able to make a living for yourself. You're going to become dependent on the welfare, and that's the problem. I mean, we have cases, Mickey, here in New England. They bring in Afghan soldiers for military training, supposedly, and the first thing they do is they get a paycheck. They run away. They just claim asylum or refugee status, and as you know, then they can bring in their whole family, and then we have this whole chain migration thing going, and it's just a disaster.
Right, and if you look at the people who have become terrorists, not that they're all terrorists, but they do tend to be this sort of person, like Somalis in Minnesota, where the government sets you up, and you're given welfare, and you have nothing else to do all day. Except, feel lost, and then eventually you turn to radical Islam, and then you're a terrorist. That doesn't happen with a high percentage, but one is all it takes. So in general, across the world, welfare is sort of the breeding ground, the petri dish for terrorism.
Right.
If you're out there working, you're less likely to become a terrorist. And there are cultures, and I think the Mexican culture is one of them, where work is the norm, and you don't see those cultures producing terrorists.
Idle hands are the devil's workshop. That's what I was always told as a kid. How about the Tsarnaevs? I mean, there's another example of terrorists who came in as refugees. They never worked. They were always on welfare of multiple forms. They had a nice place in Cambridge, a fairly high income suburb of Boston. And the other thing, Mickey, we're talking to Mickey Kaus, the writer and former Senate candidate in California. He's an expert on immigration. The other thing is that a lot of these people who claim that they are fleeing persecution, once they get settled in here into the United States and get on the welfare program, they tend, in many cases, to go back to their homelands where they were persecuted for vacations, like the elder Tsarnaev brother, for instance.
Yeah.
It happens in Vietnam too. You got a lot of them in California, Vietnamese refugees. They all came in as fleeing political persecution. Now they're settled and they go back for vacations to Vietnam. I mean, it's just so frustrating to be a tax-paying citizen and see this going on right under your eyes, and then to be told by the mainstream media that it's not going on. That's what's even more frustrating.
Yes, and Trump. One of the good things Trump did yesterday was he said, we're not going to cover up crimes committed by illegal immigrants or immigrants anymore. And if Ann Coulter's book Adios America is all a cry about how she couldn't find any real statistics on the number of crimes committed because the authorities cover them up. They don't want to admit them.
Oh, do they ever?
And Trump said that's ending. We're going to actually keep records. And he also said we're going to publish them every week.
Yeah. I'm a reporter for the Boston Herald, and I've gone through this for years trying to find out the immigration status of criminals. And more and more they treat me like I'm the criminal for asking the question. It's just unbelievable, and everybody wants to know it. You know what it's like. You read a story online, Milford man charged in drunk driving, and you see those words Milford man or Westboro man, and immediately there's a problem here, and you keep going down through the story, and they very seldom ever identify the immigration status, or they put it in the last paragraph. How about, you live in California? What do you think? What's going on with Eric Holder being hired to work as the state's super lawyer to fight all these immigration orders?
Well, it's a high. All the California politicians are trying to burnish their credentials by being oppositionists to Trump. Even though some polls show that, the vast majority of Californians don't want sanctuary cities, for example.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess I wouldn't hire Eric Holder, but I guess they figure he appointed half the judges in America. So if he argues a case, he's at least going to get a sympathetic hearing from, the people whose appointments he greenlit. So that may have been the theory. The theory may have been they just wanted a high-profile hire to show that they mean business. It's like apes beating their chest at this point.
Right.
We have our champion, you have your champion. When it gets down to the nitty-gritty, there'll be plenty of people to write the actual briefs and argue the case.
So in California, even though Hillary won the state 2-1, and the Republicans couldn't even get a candidate into the Senate final, even in California, the majority of voters are against the sanctuary cities.
I think 74% was the number I saw.
74%.
Yes,
I mean, it makes sense. It makes perfect sense. But I didn't looking at the election returns. I wasn't sure how much was left out in California.
No, there's a whole Central Valley filled with people who aren't Democrats.
Mickey Kaus, we really appreciate you being with us. What's your website in case people want to read your stuff?
KausFiles.com. KausFiles.com.
KausFiles.com. Thanks for being with us, Mickey Kaus. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
The tool of the month is brought to you by Maine Oxy, this month featuring the Hot Spotter propane torch. Zap ice and snow in seconds. Plus, when the warm weather comes, you can burn weeds and fix asphalt, too. Just $49.95. Maine Oxy, your first choice for gases, welding, and innovative solutions since 1929. I'm Howie Carr.
Don't move. Howie Carr is back next.
You know one of the great things about America? We've got something like 23 brands of toilet paper, 119 brands of cereal, and about a bazillion brands of perfume. And you know why we have so many choices? Competition. Yup, good old American competition. Ruthless, merciless, pitiless, relentless, remorseless, heartless, unstoppable, unyielding, unsympathetic, unforgiving, uncompassionate, inescapable competition. But you see what competition does? It makes us go that extra mile, build that better mousetrap, give it that extra 1% every day to be softer, tastier, and yes, smellier than the next fella. Well, we here at Matthews Brothers have been dealing with competition since before the Civil War. And let me tell you, sister, it's made us stronger and more responsive with a long history of product and process improvements. Competition has made us better. And you know what that means, Roger? We don't fear the competition, we are the competition. So do the patriotic thing and see our wicked awesome Maine-made windows, but only at Better Lumberyards and Window Professionals or on the web at MatthewsBrothers.com. Matthews Brothers with one T, America's oldest window manufacturer.
Technology, the Impreza embraces your active lifestyle. This winter, don't be afraid of the twists and turns in the road. With standard symmetrical all-wheel drive, the Impreza has got your back for every mile. Plus, the Impreza offers more passenger and cargo space than ever before. Unrestricted fun in the all-new Impreza starts at just $18,395. For more information and a list of Subaru retailers, go to SubaruofNewEngland.com.
You know, it's a big, bad world out there. More reason than ever to learn how to protect yourself and your family. I urge you to visit SigSauerAcademy.com today. Sig Sauer Academy is the world's premier firearms, self-defense, and tactics training facility, and it's just 1 hour north of Boston. The Sig Sauer Academy offers over 110 courses from beginner level to expert, taught by some of the most experienced instructors in the business. There is no better firearms, self-defense, and tactics training anywhere. The Sig Sauer Academy in Epping, New Hampshire. Learn more at SigSauerAcademy.com. Tell them Howie sent you.
And now, a bunch of random facts with Grace.
The male ostrich can roar just like a lion. Earth is the only planet that is not named after a god. Human thigh bones are stronger than concrete. Hamsters run up to 8 miles at night on a wheel. In New York, it is illegal to sell a haunted house without telling the buyer. Ooh. The word gorilla is derived from a Greek word meaning a tribe of hairy women. The tongue of a blue whale weighs more than most elephants. A jiffy is the scientific name for 1/100th of a second. Blue-eyed people tend to have the highest tolerance of alcohol. More than 50% of the people in the world have never made or received a phone call. Beetles taste like apples, wasps like pine nuts, and worms like fried bacon. There are no clocks in Las Vegas gambling casinos.
This has been a bunch of random facts with Grace. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and blogs at HowieCarrshow.com.
Would odors, mold, and mildew describe your basement or crawl space? It doesn't have to be that way. Transform them into a fresh, healthy, usable one with the technologically advanced Wave Moisture Control Units. The computerized operation maximizes moisture control and also expels harmful radon, combustion gases, and numerous other pollutants. Dehumidifiers are old technology that do nothing for air quality and waste energy. Wave units are intelligent, self-monitoring, do not need maintenance, and will save you hundreds in electricity. Wave units are still running effectively over 15 years. They've been tested and installed in public and military housing and by property managers nationwide. Buy a unit now, and if your home is not fresher and drier, you can return it for a full refund for up to 12 months. What have you got to lose? Call now. 1-888-618-WAVE. 1-888-618-WAVE. Or visit mydryhome.com. That's mydryhome.com.
Wave Home Solutions for a healthy, comfortable home.
I'm getting older and noticing that my body just doesn't work as well as it used to. So I like to keep fit as possible by hitting the gym a few times a week. Recently, I started having a nagging bicep pain, and it got so bad I couldn't even lift the weights. When I was complaining about it to a friend, he told me about Angioprim. He said chelation helps remove toxins, heavy metals, and cholesterol in veins and arteries that may cause blockages. You know, after just 1 week of taking Angioprim, the pain was gone, and now I'm back in the gym full strength. Scientific research proves the active ingredient in Angioprim has superior oral chelation action that helps promote cardiovascular health. So to learn more, go to angioprim.com. That's ANGIOPRIM.com, or talk to a trained consultant. Call Angioprim toll free at 877-882-7221. You'll feel better with more energy. Call 877-882-7221 or go to the website angioprim.com.
He says it because he means it. This is the Howie Carr Show.
1-844-500-4242. That is the toll-free number of the Howie Carr Show. If you'd like to join us here this afternoon, every weekday afternoon, Trump threatens Mexico's biggest cash source. What is that? It's remittances coming back from the United States from the Mexicans living in the U.S., some of them legal, many of them illegal. And they're going to put they're talking about putting a 20% tax on all Mexican products to pay for the wall, to stop the inflow of refugees, welfare recipients from the third world, mainly Mexico and now Central America, coming into the country and going on welfare.
Do you know if that tax is going to apply to the Mexican fentanyl? Because that could really hit the drug dealers hard.
It could drive up the price of drugs, opiates out on the street, no doubt about it. Mexico earned $23.2 billion from its oil imports in 2015, and it got more than that, about $24 billion from the so-called remittances. So let's. They're also going after, of course, Obamacare. So Jonathan Gruber has emerged from out from under his rock. This is the guy who bragged about being the architect of Obamacare, and he's come back out now, and he's trying to defend Obamacare from its inevitable demise here in the next year or so. But now he's finally telling the truth a little bit about Obamacare. So he's admitting that it was just basic. He doesn't say it's an income redistribution scheme, although that's what it was. But he is willing to concede that it wasn't to help everyone. Cut 4.
So you're saying that people benefit from it, like it, which makes sense. I think that's true. The survey shows some people really like the ACA, but the majority doesn't. It's a slim majority, still a majority. I thought this law was supposed to help everybody.
This law was never supposed to help everybody, Tucker. That wasn't the design. The law was actually explicitly designed first in Massachusetts and then for the nation to leave the vast majority of Americans alone.
It was designed to provide better health care for people who don't work. That's what it comes down to. Illegal aliens, welfare recipients, the unemployed. And they were going to take money from people who do work and who earn their own money and give it to the layabouts. I mean, that's what it boils down to. Cut 5, please.
The reason that health people are paying more is not the extra services, is that they're being asked to fairly be in a pool with healthy and sick people. The extra services are a trivial distraction from the problem. That's not what's rising costs.
You know what? I assumed you were an expert on this, but I live in D.C., and I know the people who got rich from those so-called trivial additions. You can smirk all you want, but a lot of these things were added by lobbyists for companies that wound up getting rich.
Yeah. That's like the periodontal dental care, dental care for infants if you're 65 years old. Somebody's getting rich off that, and it ain't you and me. It's Jonathan Gruber for one. I'm Howie Carr.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
I say, hey, wait a minute. He didn't leave the country. He wasn't out of the country.
Michael Cohen of the Trump Organization was in Prague.
It turned out to be a different Michael Cohen. Sure. It's a disgrace. What took place, it's a disgrace. And I think they ought to apologize to start with Michael Cohen.
Sir, since you're attacking us, can you give us a question? Mr. President-elect, President-elect, since you are attacking our news organization, can you give us a chance?
Your organization.
You're attacking our news organization. Can you give us a chance to ask a question, sir?
Go ahead.
Sir, can you state, Mr. President-elect,
go ahead.
Can you state categorically, Mr. President-elect, can you give us a question? You're attacking us. Can you give us a question?
Don't be.
Can you give us a question?
I'm not going to give you a question.
Can you state categorically?
You are fake news.
Sir,
go ahead.
Can you state categorically that nobody... No, Mr. President-elect, that's not appropriate.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
You've probably heard about all the great benefits of goat milk soap, but did you know some companies take shortcuts? At Old New England Soap, we make our organic goat's milk soap using 36% goat's milk. That's 17% more than most others. Our bars are larger, so they last longer, producing lots of lather packed with vitamins. And our soap is a natural moisturizer that smooths dry and damaged skin. Order online at oldnesoap.com. That's oldnesoap.com. You've tried the rest. Now try the best. oldnesoap.com.
Water-based soaps on supermarket shelves use harsh chemical acids to break down dead skin cells. And that's just not good for you. At Old New England Soap, our soaps are made without chemical ingredients, contain no alcohol or petroleum products, and use 85% organic materials and carry the USDA's organic certification. Try some today. Go to oldnesoap.com. That's oldnesoap.com. oldnesoap.com.
The Howie Carr Show.
I'm Steve Robinson, HCRN News. Shoppers and commuters are doing their best to avoid downtown Philadelphia today as the president came to town during lunchtime to address the annual GOP policy retreat. The city is full of detours and demonstrators through 6 p.m. at least. Despite a rocky start to his administration, President Trump is staying the course on campaign promises. However, some of those promises, like the building of a wall along the Mexican border, rounding up lawless illegal immigrants, and withholding money from sanctuary cities who house illegals, are bringing out the worst in people, mostly Democrats. Philadelphia Mayor Jim Kenney is one such Democrat. He says illegal immigrants are not the problem in Philly or in general. He cites the fact that Philadelphia has the lowest crime rate that it's had since 1979. So all of this assertion that somehow sanctuary cities are dangerous places are simply untrue, he says. Another who feels this exact same way is Adnan Marina of the West Kensington Ministry. He told Channel 6 News that his church has met with success hosting immigrants.
So to say that immigrants are not economically impacting the city and the state, to say that they are a drain, is false.
The city itself is home to thousands of illegals, but the Reverend estimates that there are 810,000 illegals living throughout the entire state of Pennsylvania. President Trump may have promised to get the wall built as soon as possible, but people on the inside of the federal government have reservations about the time frame, so achieving real border security will likely take longer than many Trump supporters hope. We're not ready to do it yet, said one U.S. Customs and Border Protection, or CBP, official told Defense One on condition of anonymity at the 11th Annual Biometrics for Government and Law Enforcement Summit in Arlington, Virginia. Even CBP officials who spoke on the record said challenges to fully securing the border and identifying undocumented aliens will extend well beyond the construction of a wall. Right now, CBP catches 85 to 95% of undocumented people crossing the border, according to Antonio Trinidad, CBP's Director of Enforcement Systems. Mexico's president is so angry about the wall, he canceled his upcoming visit to the White House. No bueno. Now this.
If your home has hard water, then it's likely that limescale is clogging your pipes, damaging your appliances, costing you hundreds of dollars each year. You can eliminate limescale in the entire house with HydroCare products available at Wave Home Solutions. Easy and efficient with no maintenance, no salts, no chemicals, and no coils. And you can buy with confidence from Wave Home Solutions. Performance guaranteed. Just go to bestwater411.com. That's bestwater411.com.
So, you love talk radio? Then you'll love TalkStreamLive.com. TalkStream Live is always on with the best streaming talk shows. Find your favorite talkers and discover some new ones. It's free, readily available online or on mobile with any smartphone or tablet. Finding your favorite talk shows all in one place has gotten a whole lot easier. Just go to TalkStreamLive.com. Be sure to download the free apps from Google Play or the iTunes App Store.
Vermont Attorney General T.J. Donovan has appointed an 11-member state task force to figure out immigration issues in the Green Mountain State. Since it's mostly an area of federal jurisdiction, Donovan finds himself being tugged by both sides of the issue.
On federal immigration policy, we're committed to protecting all Vermonters' rights. We're also committed to working with the federal government.
Montpelier is among several communities in Vermont to adopt sanctuary city policies, and Rutland is home to 2 Syrian refugee families. 100 more families were expected, but Rutland's mayor doesn't expect that to happen now. Next door in New Hampshire, medical marijuana advocates want to expand the use of therapeutic cannabis. The goal is to amend the current law to make chronic pain, opioid addiction, fibromyalgia, and post-traumatic stress disorder qualifying conditions to receive therapeutic cannabis. Those 7 environmental activists who climbed a 270-foot construction crane just blocks away from the White House yesterday and unfurled a banner that read, "Resist," in protest of President Donald Trump, have been taken into custody and arrested, police said. The environmental group Greenpeace USA tweeted that the protesters, who occupied the crane for 14 hours, were members of the organization. The police statement said the protesters illegally obtained access to a construction site by breaking the locks. They were arrested on scene and are facing charges of second-degree burglary, unlawful entry, and destruction of property. I'm Steve Robinson, HCRN News.
Hi, this is Howie Carr, attorney at law. Are you a white male who voted for Donald Trump? Do you have a Make America Great sweatshirt or a hat? Have you had a beer since November the 8th? If you answered yes to one or more of the above questions, there's a good chance you are soon going to be charged with committing a fake hate crime. Will you be ready, you uneducated redneck? When you get charged with committing a fake hate crime, will you be ready? You need reasonable doubt at a reasonable price. And that's where Howie Carr, attorney at law, Esquire, comes in. Call me at 1-800-FAKE-HRC. 1-800-FAKE-HRC. And we will get you some legal insurance for when it inevitably occurs and you're charged with a fake hate crime.
Strap yourself in. It's time for the Howie Carr Show.
Mr. President, we could use more ATF agents, more FBI agents in the city of Chicago so we could take the guns off our street. But yes, you're with the NRA. The NRA that endorsed him, that he is so part of his relationship. You know what that NRA did? It crippled the laws of the city of Chicago in the courts so that we cannot keep guns off our streets.
Live from an undisclosed location.
We will not be intimidated by the threat to federal funding. I want to say directly to anyone who feels threatened today or vulnerable. If necessary, we will use City Hall itself to shelter and protect anyone who's targeted unjustly.
Unchained and unstoppable.
If Trump wants to make Mexico pay for this wall, then one way to do it, Melissa, would be to have this effective tariff on goods that come in from Mexico and then dedicate that revenues to the cost of building the wall, which could be, we don't exactly know how it could be. I've heard figures anywhere from $6 to $20 billion.
Who's your captain? Howie Carr.
I thought this law was supposed to help everybody. This law was never supposed to help everybody, Tucker. That wasn't the design. The law was actually explicitly designed first in Massachusetts and then for the nation to leave the vast majority of Americans alone. I think Americans just don't understand what this law has done for them.
Who do you love? Howie Carr.
I'm going to be the president of a safe country. We have enough problems. Now, I'll absolutely do safe zones in Syria for the people. I think that Europe has made a tremendous mistake by allowing these millions of people to go into Germany and various other countries.
Rump swabs, hacks, and moonbats beware. It's Howie Carr.
1-844-500-4242. During the break, my phone rang. It was a 617 number. I didn't recognize it, but I picked it up immediately because I never know who's calling, right? It was Mayor Marty Walsh. As we told you earlier, we tweeted at him earlier today asking him to come on the show tonight. And so he sent back one of the, what did you could explain it better than me, Steve. What did he send back?
He tried to rickroll you. He tried to pull a newfangled internet prank on you.
Yeah.
He tried to make you look like a dummy.
So he said, if you want to do something, do this. Go to this thing, and then I would ended up listening to some stupid song, right?
It's not a stupid song. It's Rick Astley, "Never Gonna Give You Up."
Well,
it's a classic. It's legendary.
Oh, legendarily stupid stuff.
The act of Rick rolling is stupid.
Okay, so he said, "I'm sorry. I didn't. Somebody did that, and it was foolish and embarrassing, and I'm not happy with what they did." And
he can't be too embarrassed because the tweet's still up there.
Well, I said, Marty, I got to tell you, I said, I'm not that angry about that, but why don't you come on the show? He said, I'm on MSNBC and CNN tonight, and I can't do it. He said, I'll come in on Monday or Tuesday. I want to come over. And I said, well, I'd love to have you on tomorrow night, but if you can't. And he said he'll check. So Laura's going to call you tomorrow, Steve, and try to set it up. Or you call. You wait for her call till about 10, and then we'll try to set something up for tomorrow. And so we're going to try to get him on. He did sound apologetic. It was a stupid thing, but I didn't figure he did it anyway. It's just goofy crap. It's like high school, middle school stuff. Anyway. All right. The Chump Line is the recorded voicemail message service of the Howie Carr Show. You can call and leave a message at any hour of the day or night, including weekends. The Chump Line number, if you'd like to leave such a message, is 844-500-4242, 844-500-4242, and press 2 for the Chump Line. You'll be directed there. You can leave a message, and we may or may not play your message at this time each weekday. The Chump Line is brought to you every weekday at this time by Matthews Brothers, whose Maine-made windows are available only through better lumber yards and window professionals like Yankee Pine Lumber on Route 1 in Rowley. From estimating to free delivery, Yankee Pine Lumber serves builders, contractors, developers, and architects throughout the Northeast. Yankee Pine Lumber on Route 1 in Rowley.
You're missing a golden opportunity here, Captain. Well, how about a nationwide Move-In with Marty Day? I, for one, would love to see every last illegal from Texas, California, rest of the Southwest all show up on his doorstep. Oh, man, we could call it the Million Mooch March.
I've gotten a couple of texts this afternoon from U.S. citizens, or so I think they're U.S. citizens, saying, the rent's too damn high, as that candidate in New York ran for mayor, I think. The rent's too damn high. And they're saying they want to move into City Hall. I mean, why should only illegal aliens be allowed to move into City Hall and enjoy these amenities that are going to be available? Why can't we have equal protection under the law for those of us who pay taxes and have jobs?
I've always wanted to see a cockfight.
Yeah, I don't know if I really care. I don't want to go. I don't want to. I don't want to live in City Hall. I worked in City Hall for a year, when I was working for the Herald and I was in the City Hall Bureau. It's a really sucky building. I mean, that is a building that needs to be imploded sooner rather than later. But, I guess the price is right when it comes to rent, free rent.
Hello, Marty. Since we're nullifying laws, next time I come in town for dinner, I can bring my 15-round 6-hour and you and Mara Healy leave me alone, right? Hello, Marty?
Yeah, and you can park in a fire lane too. Park it, and if everyone's taking up all the spaces in the fire lane, just put it right in front of the fire hydrant, or double park it for that matter.
John Kerry wants a sanctuary for people who don't shovel their sidewalks when it snows.
That's true. That's true. He doesn't. You don't have to worry about us parking in front of the fire hydrant in front of John Kerry's house because he had it removed, as you may recall.
That tool of the month sounds perfect for Muchel's Victory Garden.
That is a good idea. You could burn that kale and that arugula right down with the what is it? It is a hot spotter propane torch. Zap ice and snow in seconds, and when the warm weather comes, you can burn weeds And you can burn Muchel's Victory Garden. And it fixes asphalt, too.
A pox on all our Solons and not an ounce of praise, 'cause twice in the last 30 days they gave themselves a raise. Just wait until November, we'll vote the skunks out then. But in the meantime, Charlie better use his veto pen.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't mean anything. Yesterday, the House voted 115 to 44, so that's more than 2/3. Today, the Senate voted 31 to 9. That's much more than 2/3. But I think he should veto it anyway. I think if he doesn't veto it, I think that's going to be a very, very bad sign. One of the people that's running against him, Seti Warren, the mayor of Newton, he's a Democrat, obviously. He's already said that he should veto it. So they could make this an issue. I don't know how effective an issue it would be in 2018, but if he doesn't veto it, it'll definitely be used against him. But I think, I hate to be so cynical, but he didn't come out against the pay raises until after it was clear that they had the votes to override the veto. I mean, it tells me that he was just waiting to see if he could veto it and not offend the two primary recipients of the pay raises, the Senate President and the House Speaker, and now he can veto it and get away with it. So he's rattling the sabers against it.
You Mayor Carr. I just heard that maybe Tyler Moore is found dead. Which one of my cars did they find her in?
How did Ted Kennedy get into the Mary Tyler Moore discussion? By the way, we will have the death pool tomorrow at 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock. That's when we're going to have it, and so stand by.
We're gonna build the wall. We're gonna build the wall. Send the bill to Mexico. We're gonna build the wall.
Yeah, the president, El Presidente of Mexico, has decided to cancel his meeting, and he was going to fly to Washington next week, but he's deeply offended by what's been going on here.
Come on, Howie, you've been in Boston City Hall. Would you sleep there?
It's really a horrible place. It's just nasty, and I can't imagine what it was like in the '60s when it opened, because when I was there in the early '80s, late '70s, it was already just like a slum, a governmental slum building, and I'd hate to be there, but they're going to be illegal aliens sleeping there, so we're gonna have to make it a 5-star Michelin resort. There's going to have to be a lot of work done on those upper floors to make it a world-class resort for the MS-13 gangbangers.
Can someone please tell Matty Walsh that calling an illegal alien an immigrant is like calling a person that breaks into your house a tenant?
Yeah, I guess he said yesterday that somebody said, "What about the illegal immigrants?" He said, "I don't know what that means." He doesn't know what that means? Come on, Marty.
Grace, you live in Boston. Why don't you run for mayor?
Grace loves Marty Walsh. She ran into him at a bar one night in Dorchester, I think it was. She's coming over here to explain.
Yes, I did run into him. It's actually my second time meeting him, so if he comes into the studio, it'll be my third time.
Are you excited that he may come into the studio in the next few days?
You know what? I kind of am, because he tends to get a lot of likes. Like, my pictures do better if he's in them. So, I mean, if it's good for my social media, it works for me.
Yeah, but he tried to rickroll me today.
I know how, but I don't take it as personally as you do.
If I knew what it meant, I'd be more offended. I think I do know what it means now, but it's hard to really give a bleep. I just want to get him on the show.
Hello. Thank you for calling the Boston City Hall. To change or confirm an existing reservation, please press 1. For new reservations, press 2. If you'd like to make a donation to Mayor Walsh's re-election campaign, please press 3.
I want to make a reservation I want a table for 4 for the first night of cockfighting at Uncle Omar's Lounge. And I want to be up close there, too. I don't want to be in the back.
Ooh, bad news for all those of you who work in government. I guess you're working for the people again.
Yeah, did you hear Trump fired the top people at the State Department? They said they all walked out en masse, but that turned out to be fake news. They were actually fired. They made it sound like they were going to keep this guy, Patrick Kennedy, who's like a Hillary Clinton rump swab. He's all over those emails that were put out by WikiLeaks. Like they were really going to keep that guy around, just for his name, for starters, Patrick Kennedy. I mean, I don't think you want. Does Donald Trump want anyone named Patrick Kennedy working for him? It might remind him of the offspring of Ted Kennedy, Patrick Kennedy, the former congressman, the runt of the litter's runt of the litter.
That was your last chump line message. Thank you for calling Howie Carr, you chump.
All right, that's it for the Chump Line today. The Chump Line is the recorded voicemail messaging service of the Howie Carr Show. It's brought to you every weekday at this time by Matthews Brothers, whose Maine-made windows are available only through better lumber yards and window professionals like Yankee Pine Lumber on Route 1 in Rowley. From estimating to delivery, Yankee Pine Lumber serves builders, contractors, developers, and architects throughout the Northeast. Yankee Pine Lumber on Route 1 in Rowley.
Hello, Marty. Since we're nullifying laws, next time I come in town for dinner, I can bring my 15-round 6-hour and you and Mara Healy leave me alone, right? Hello, Marty?
Yeah, exactly. This half hour of the Howie Carr Show is powered by Casper Mattress. Start your year off right with a guaranteed great night's sleep every night on a Casper mattress. Try it in your home for 100 nights risk-free. Go to Casper.com and use code Howie for $50 towards the purchase of your mattress. Terms and conditions apply. I'm Howie Carr.
The Howie Carr Show.
People ask us, hey Matthews Brothers, why are your wicked awesome Maine-made windows only available through better lumberyards and window professionals anyway? We tell them it's pretty simple. We like doing business with people who know what they're doing and who bring the same passion for customer service and selling our products as we do in making them. Fortunately for you, the discerning and savvy consumer, we have a mutual non-exclusive agreement with each other, wherein we don't mind if they show you other window brands and they don't mind if you look at other lumberyards. I guess we both figure, how will you know how good we are if you don't take a look at the other guy? It's called competition, and the ultimate beneficiary of it is you, the discerning and savvy consumer. And you know, we kind of prefer this arrangement. After all, the only people who benefit from an exclusive relationship are, well, the people in the relationship. Works great for marriage, not so great for consumer products. So do the discerning and savvy thing and see our wicked awesome Maine-made windows. But remember, only at better lumberyards and window professionals or on the web at MatthewsBrothers.com. Matthews Brothers with 1 T, America's oldest window manufacturer.
Jewelry cleaner has made all my rings, necklaces, and bracelets so sparkly and clean. And if you don't believe me, listen to one of our longtime listeners, Patrice.
Hey, Grace, it's Patrice. I got my Aquasonic Wave. You were not kidding. I really didn't realize my earrings were that dirty, and they look like $1 million after I did those. I was really happy with that. And the best part is that it is so easy. I just put my jewelry in the Aquasonic, stick it in the dishwasher, and before Howie is even done with the first hour of the show, I have beautiful rings, bracelets, and earrings. I love it.
So do what I did and what Patrice did and get the Aquasonic Wave Jewelry Cleaner today at aquasonichowie.com. That is aquasonichowie.com.
Are you looking to sell your home, or maybe you're looking to buy a new one? My name is JT Kelly, and I'm ready to make real estate great again. No more BS. Real availability, transparency, and honesty during the entire real estate process is the cornerstone of my business. Whether you're looking to sell your home at maximum value, relocate to a new town, or purchase your next investment, I'm your guy. Let's get in touch. Go to howiesguide.com. You'll find my email and phone number there. That's howiesguide.com, howiesguide.com. Let's make real estate great again.
And now, a bunch of random facts with Grace.
It is impossible to sneeze with your eyes open. The placement of a donkey's eyes in its head enables it to see all 4 feet at all times. Months that begin on a Sunday will always have a Friday the 13th. What is called a French kiss in the English-speaking world is known as an English kiss in France. Birds don't urinate, but they do poop. Let me tell you, you can't kill yourself by holding your breath. So that's good. A woman from California once tried to sue the makers of Cap'n Crunch because the Crunch berries contained no berries of any kind. In Japan, crooked teeth are considered cute and attractive. A Swedish woman lost her wedding ring and found it 16 years later, growing on a carrot in her garden. The toothpaste Colgate in Spanish translates to, go hang yourself.
This has been a bunch of random facts with Grace. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and blogs at howiecarrshow.com.
Hi, folks. In a world of GMO, genetically modified organisms, that is, chemicals, processed foods, and a healthcare system that's unraveling like a cheap suit, it's time to prepare. God created herbs, and herbs help man. Our body can heal itself, just sometimes we need assistance. You need some help? GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Our mild detox is quite powerful with its unique blend of 8 different herbs. And if you're looking for more, our non-GMO supplements will help you with different needs you might have. Health should be a top priority. Take care of your health naturally. Log on to GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Give your body a treat. Let the herbs do their thing naturally. Read all the testimonies on the website. GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Sickness and viruses are like intruders, and herbs are like warriors. Let the tea work for you. That's GetTheTea.com.
Hey guys, it's Grace from the Howie Carr Show. Gifts are always great, but who really needs more stuff? Let's be honest, between Christmas and the New Year, it's hard to come up with a nice way to give a great gift without just regifting that old fruitcake. But luckily, we have the perfect gift idea for you. It's the Howie Carr Show VIP experience. If someone you know is a fan of Howard Lauren's car, then this is the perfect way to celebrate any occasion. Come visit Howie in our brand new studio and watch the entire show. Best part? Well, if you were to ask Howie, he'd probably say the Kowloon. And I can't really disagree. But there is also no other way to see all the behind-the-scenes work that goes into New England's favorite radio show. Get your picture with Howie and a selfie with yours truly. We've had over 100 people enjoy the VIP experience, and the reviews have been stellar. We've even had the occasional guest on air to tell their own funny story to the listeners. So don't delay and buy your VIP experience today at howiecarrshow.com. Click store. howiecarrshow.com. Click store.
Have you seen Howie's latest t-shirts and sweatshirts? Grab one now at howiecarrshow.com. This is the Howie Carr Show.
Today's poll question is brought to you by the Car Guys. Purchasing a pre-owned car can be tricky, but not if you go through Bill Papa George. She is the absolute best in the business. Both Grace and I use the Car Guys, and we are so happy we did. Call 800-300-4600. That is 800-300-4600. Steve, what's the poll question? What are the results thus far?
Will Boston Mayor Marty Walsh eventually cave on his decision to keep Boston a sanctuary city?
I think so, yes.
Up to 74% now who think he's going to cave.
All right, time now for the Tool of the Month. Every last Thursday of every month we do this. We have a contest for the stupidest sound cut or the most obnoxious sound cut of the month. Obviously, there's a great competition for it, especially this month. It's been more so than even normal. The Tool of the Month is brought to you by Maine Oxy, this month featuring the Hot Spotter propane torch. Zap ice and snow in seconds, plus when the warm weather comes, you can burn weeds and fix asphalt too. Just $49.95. Great for doing away with Muchel's Victory Garden at the White House too. Burns out all the arugula and kale. Maine Oxy, your first choice for gases, welding, and innovative solutions since 1929. Steve, what are the choices that people have at howiecarrshow.com to vote for?
Well, the first one is Chelsea Handler with her xenophobic attack on Melania Trump.
Saying that she wouldn't have her on the air because she can barely speak English.
The next is Sally Brown, who is a candidate to be the chairperson of the Democratic National Committee.
Yes, she said her job is to get white people to shut up.
And the next is Boston's own Mayor Marty Walsh,
who I just spoke to.
Yes.
He doesn't know that he's in the... I should have told him that.
Does he know that he's losing the Tool of the Month competition, which I guess is a good thing if you're Marty?
Yeah, he's losing to Chelsea Handler, I believe. I'm voting for Chelsea Handler for her xenophobic remarks.
Yeah, 50% of respondents are with you, Howie. 30% went with Sally Brown, and just 20% said Mayor Walsh. So he's got some good news today.
Yeah, that's good news. And I don't know if he got a call from the grand jury today or not down at the federal courthouse.
Easy, Howie. He might not come in if you rib him about that.
Mr. X, you're next with Howie Carr. Go ahead, Mr. X.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
I was just listening to you and I was thinking of something. Have you ever heard the expression, good fences make good neighbors?
I have heard that expression, and I think it's true, isn't it, Mr. X?
It's what?
I think it's true.
Yes, it is. It is very true. In fact, about paying for that wall, even if it costs $20 billion, with 320 million people in the United States, it's going to cost $62.50 per person. I'll be glad to send a check for $250 for me and my family.
I'd be glad to do that too, Mr. X. You know, and again, the same people who are belly aching about how much it's going to cost don't seem to care at all about spending all this money on welfare or Obamacare or bringing in refugees or asylees. That's a good point, though, Mr. X. It's a drop in the bucket, and it would save so much money. That's the thing. Talk about an investment in the future. Thanks for the call. Richard, you're next with Howie Carr. Go ahead, Richard.
Hi, this is Richard from Arlington, and I was calling in order to mention Fredo Arias King. At the time that I'd called, you were on the subject of illegal immigration, and Fredo is somebody who is both Mexican and nationalist and concerned about the American immigration situation from a perspective in which he is against mass amnesty.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who he is. Thanks for the call, though, Richard. I appreciate it. We don't have any more time on this segment. When we come back, we're going to have the congressman from Texas, Congressman Culberson, and we're going to talk to him about his proposal, which is now going to be, it's now backed by the President of the United States to cut off funding to these sanctuary cities. I'm Howie Carr.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I'm telling you right now, it's awesome. I was trying to get my blood pressure regulated, okay? And like after 3 days of taking this thing, my blood pressure went back down to normal. I am ecstatic. I am so happy with this stuff. It is my savior.
This was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now. It works.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code TALK.
It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life, but I should have ordered it like 15 years ago.
And now, a bunch of random facts with Grace.
Donald Duck comics were banned from Finland because he doesn't wear pants. Pirates wore earrings because they believed it improved their eyesight. Cockroaches can live for several weeks with their heads cut off because their brains are located inside their body. More than 60,000 people are flying over the United States in an airplane right now. A church in the Czech Republic has a chandelier made entirely of human bones. Ooh. Our eyes are always the same size from birth, but our nose and ears never stop growing. The elephant is the only animal that can't jump. ATMs were originally thought to be failures because the only users were prostitutes and gamblers who didn't want to deal with tellers face to face. It takes about 3,000 cows to supply enough leather for the NFL for only 1 year.
This has been a bunch of random facts with Grace. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and blogs at HowieCarrshow.com.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
About 6 years ago, I was diagnosed with congestive heart failure. I went from being able to work 14, 16 hours a day with no problem to where I could barely walk a block to the store without having to stop and rest. I went on to the phytonutrients about 6 months ago, and within a couple of months, my medical doctor had cut my prescriptions down in a little bit smaller dosage. The next time I went back a month later, I walked into the doctor's office and he says, "My gosh, what's happened to you? You don't even look like the same person." He looked at my legs and the swelling had gone down. My blood pressure was down. The venous stasis ulcers that I had had on my legs for the last 4 or 5 years because of the poor circulation were all healed, and I'm feeling far better.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751 or go online to balanceofnature.com.
Use promo code TSL. Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I'm telling you right now, it's awesome. I was trying to get my blood pressure regulated, okay? And after 3 days of taking this thing, my blood pressure went back down to normal. I am ecstatic. I am so happy with this stuff. It is my savior.
This was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now. It works.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code TALK.
It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life, but I should have ordered it like 15 years ago.
Traveling around New England? Wherever you go, Howie's there. Find Howie's list of stations at howiecarshow.com. Now, back to Howie Carr.
1-844-500-4242. Joining us now on the line is Congressman John Culberson. He's a Republican congressman from Texas, and last year we had him on the show after he got a measure through that would make sanctuary cities ineligible for federal law enforcement grant funding, and that was in July. And we were happy that somebody had done this. They were just going to cut off the funding and to try to get the sanctuary cities to obey the law. And obviously there was a problem with the Obama administration, but now the Trump administration is in power. And we wanted to have Congressman Culberson back on to see how his measure was going now. Representative Culberson, thanks for joining us here again on the Howie Carr Show.
Howie, it's great to be with you. Thanks for being out front on this really important issue. It's great that Donald Trump has now made it apply nationwide.
Yeah, so it didn't apply nationwide before. How did the original measure work?
Well, I only got 10. I got the top 10 sanctuary cities, including the entire state of California, the entire state of Connecticut, California, New York City, Chicago, Miami-Dade, Las Vegas, Milwaukee, and a couple others. I got those. Their money, I had them lined up to have all their money cut off. That'd be $68 million to the state of California. New York City was going to lose about $11 million if Mayor de Blasio didn't stop protecting criminal illegal aliens. So I got 10 of them. But Donald Trump just stepped up yesterday. He got everybody in the entire country and just said, you know what, if you want federal money, follow federal law. It's a beautiful thing.
Well, our mayor in Boston he announced, like a lot of them did yesterday, that he's going to defy the federal government, and he doesn't care if they cut off aid. So let's just point it out to Marty Walsh and all the rest of these mayors. How quickly are they going to lose federal law enforcement grants?
Yeah, I hope the mayor doesn't need federal law enforcement money for Boston because when the new attorney general is sworn in, the Homeland Security, the way President Trump set this up, it took me 18 months. I had to go through all this convoluted business to get it done because I'm just one chairman of the subcommittee in charge of the money for the DOJ, and I'm glad to get it done. But I only got 10 of them. President Trump yesterday told the Homeland Security Secretary, "You designate a city or a state as a sanctuary." And then the Attorney General immediately cuts off their money. So the mayor of Boston, he wants to be a sanctuary, wants Boston to protect criminal illegal aliens instead of Bostonians and Americans. Boston's going to lose all their law enforcement money probably in about 24 hours as soon as the new secretary finds out about it.
24 hours? That doesn't give him...
It'll be quick.
He says he's going to open up an illegal alien hotel at City Hall for all the illegals who feel threatened. So he's going to have to get that hotel open quickly then, I guess, before he loses his law enforcement money.
Yeah. Yeah, and his long, 24 hours. It's going to be quick. As fast as Homeland Security Director designates Boston as a sanctuary city, I would expect the Attorney General to notify him. Probably give him a couple days as a practical matter and say, you know what, you're a sanctuary. You either comply with federal law or don't ask for federal money, and you will lose all of the federal money that you have been receiving. And the policy that I got them to put in place, Howie, the part I really like best, and it's been on the DOJ website since July, not only do you lose your money, but if you won't change your policy, Boston will owe a refund of every federal law enforcement dollar they ever got.
Every dollar? How far back does this go?
Well, as old as the program is, that's what I had Loretta Lynch do this because I'm basically in charge of her money. I stood on her air hose until she changed the policy, and I made them right in there. You lose your money, and if you won't change the policy, you owe a refund of every dollar you've ever received under these programs. And for California, it's about $1.8 billion.
Oh, man.
Mayor de Blasio.
They're already broke, too.
This is big money.
Yeah.
Big money. Big money.
This explains the story that I was just given from the Miami Herald. Miami-Dade orders jails to comply with Trump crackdown on sanctuary counties. The mayor Carlos Jimenez on Thursday ordered county jails to comply with federal immigration detention requests, effectively gutting the county's position as an immigrant sanctuary. I mean, that's the words of the Miami Herald, which I'm sure supported this, effectively gutting the county's position. So there's already one has caved in 24 hours, a big one.
Exactly. Yeah. You know, I discovered, Howie, if you control 100% of a bureaucrat's money, you've got 100% of their attention every time. Without fail.
Well, we were talking earlier with somebody from California about this. Look at this. The state of California has hired Eric Holder. He's gonna be fighting this. He's the former attorney general, and I know he's not a legal whiz, but he's got a name and everything. So they're hiring this guy. Do you think they're really going to fight all these jurisdictions, or are they going to roll over like Miami-Dade did today?
Almost all of them will just roll over because they got to have the federal money, and this is really not complicated. You want federal money, follow federal law. This has already been litigated. The Supreme Court has looked at this repeatedly and said Congress can put reasonable restrictions on the receipt of federal money because you don't have to take the federal money. You want to be a sanctuary, protect criminal illegal aliens? Go right ahead, but do it with your own money and don't ask for any federal money. The Supreme Court has said that is perfectly constitutional because frankly, if I try to hand you my wallet, Howie, you don't have to take it. But if you take it, there's strings attached. And they're going to lose that lawsuit. I don't care how smart Eric Holder is or isn't. They're going to lose the lawsuit. It's already been litigated.
So have you talked to anybody from any of these sanctuary cities in the last 24 hours or so since President Trump issued these orders?
I haven't talked to the actual mayors or the sheriffs because they actually got notice of this last July. The 10 that were certified as sanctuaries that I got certified last summer, they have known about it now since July. So they had plenty of time to fix the problem. And in fact, Mayor de Blasio just said, and Rahm Emanuel said, we're gonna keep our sanctuary policy. So I would expect that Chicago and New York City will be at the top of the hit parade. Boston can kiss their law enforcement money goodbye. Now, the other thing they got to keep in mind, Howie, is that this is going to apply. The way I set this up, this applies to all other federal grant programs. So if you're not following federal law, you are putting at risk not just your law enforcement grant money. I think you're putting at risk all your housing money, for example, all the money that you get for all these other programs that the federal government gives you. This could be a very expensive policy for cities like Boston and New York City and Chicago. I hope they don't need the money. They better get the checkbook out too.
Does each committee have to, like the housing the housing committee in Congress? Do they have to take steps like you took with law enforcement, or can Donald Trump just issue an order just saying you're cut off from all federal aid?
Trump could actually do a lot of this by executive order. That's why I had to wire around the Obama White House, and the only reason I didn't make any noise about it is I knew that if I raised a big ruckus that Loretta Lynch or Obama were probably going to crawfish on me and try to avoid doing it. So I figured I'd do it quietly, make sure they did it, and then lock them in. And then, but Trump can do this by executive order. if he can find a federal policy that's very clear, federal law, the law is real clear, you do 1, 2, 3, and local agency or jurisdictions doing 7, 8, 9, oh yeah, he can do it by executive order, and other subcommittee chairmen on appropriations can do what I have done, and that is simply enforce federal law by standing on their air hose and cutting off their federal money. Works every time.
You know, I just thought of something here in Boston, the Boston area. There's a city next to Boston, Somerville, and they're trying to get an extension of one of the rapid transit lines. It's billions of dollars in federal money, and they just okayed the project. The new administration okayed it, but Somerville is a sanctuary city, so I would say that that Green Line transit expansion is that air hose is about to get stepped on, perhaps.
This has got lots of different possibilities with the right person in the White. Now we finally have a chief executive officer who's going to execute and enforce the law as the Constitution requires. Let me tell you, this has lots of broad application to all kinds of federal grant money. And these guys, I'm telling you, they're in serious trouble. This is, for example, if you don't adopt the seatbelt law, you lose your federal highway money. You don't have a speed limit, you lose your federal highway money. This is done all the time with these federal programs. So
right, no, I
in the White House.
I remember one time when the state of Massachusetts didn't want to have right turns on red. And they were just refusing when all the other states were going to it as part of we were told by the feds, you better allow right turns on red, at the intersections where it's safe, or you're going to lose your federal money. And nobody made it a constitutional issue there, right? Yeah.
Exactly. There needs to be some reasonable relationship between the federal law and the local policy. So the Trump administration can do this on their own. They're going to be creative. They're filling up all these slots in the administration at the top levels, the secretaries, the deputies. As those people get those positions filled, Howie, I expect local mayors like the mayor of Boston, Mayor de Blasio, Mayor Rahm Emanuel, they're in big trouble. I mean, let me tell you, the days of taking federal money and ignoring federal law are over. You get to choose. Do I want to protect criminal illegal aliens or my own citizens? Let me tell you, it's a whole new world with President Trump in the White House. I'm here in Philadelphia at the retreat. Republicans, Congress, Senate and the House just had President Trump come speak to us. It was really exciting. He's focused on making sure that everybody knows America comes first. The law will be enforced. Our borders will be secure. The nations of the world will respect the United States, and our flag will be respected. And the days of these sanctuary cities are over.
So now there's going to be a price to be paid for this posturing that's been going on in the large cities of America for the last decade or so. And again, we've already seen Miami has already caved, and it will be fun. It will be fun these next few weeks to watch who goes down on this. I appreciate and all our listeners appreciate the work you did on this, Mr. Chairman. Setting this up, and it's a great idea. And now, as you say, we have a president who is going to extend it to the rest of the government, and it's ridiculous.
Exactly.
It's ridiculous. There was a civil war fought on, as you well know, about states trying to nullify federal decrees. And now they're making it sound like this is some kind of the best moralistic thing they could ever do, and it's just ridiculous. They're defying law and order.
That's exactly right. It's even easier than that. It's just the federal money. They're accepting federal money. You don't have to take the money, but if you take the money, you take the strings. It's like, what do you tell your kids? My money, my rules. I mean, it's very simple. So this is just a straight up deal. And let me tell you, the fun thing to watch, Howie, I want to make sure to leave you and your listeners with, is to watch in the weeks ahead, is the last piece of it that I like the best, that if they won't change the policy, not only do you lose your money, they will owe you and me a refund. The refund is the part I like best.
I know. Send them a bill. Congressman Culberson. That's great.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. That'll really look great for de Blasio as he's running for re-election this year. Not to mention Mayor Walsh as he's running for re-election this year. A lot of them are up. Congressman John Culberson from Texas, thanks for being with us here on the Howie Carr Show. So you heard it.
Thank you, Howie.
Thank you. It's getting the job done. He's only been in office for 6 days, and look what's happening. It's great. Every day is a good day, isn't it? 1-844-500-4242. I'm Howie Carr.
The Howie Carr Show continues next.
You know one of the great things about America? We've got something like 23 brands of toilet paper, 119 brands of cereal, and about a bazillion brands of perfume. And you know why we have so many choices? Competition. Yup, good old American competition. Ruthless, merciless, pitiless, relentless, remorseless, heartless, unstoppable, unyielding, unsympathetic, unforgiving, uncompassionate, inescapable competition. But you see what competition does? It makes us go that extra mile, build that better mousetrap, give it that extra 1% every day to be softer, tastier, and yes, smellier than the next fella. Well, we here at Matthews Brothers have been dealing with competition since before the Civil War. And let me tell you, sister, it's made us stronger and more responsive with a long history of product and process improvements. Competition has made us better. And you know what that means, Roger? We don't fear the competition, we are the competition. So do the patriotic thing and see our wicked awesome Maine-made windows, but only at better lumberyards and window professionals or on the web at MatthewsBrothers.com. Matthews Brothers with one T, America's oldest window manufacturer.
It's great for buying vehicles, right? You get all the up-to-date pricing, plenty of details, and you can read hundreds of reviews about our dealership. And that's good for us, too, at Banks in Concord. Google Banks Autos, and you'll find out that we are, in fact, New England's highest volume GM dealer. You will also find some of the most positive reviews in cyberspace. With over 1,500 vehicles in stock on our lot, our showroom staff and full-service internet department will find you the vehicle you want the way you want it. And at Banks, there's no battle for price because we offer the lowest, most transparent pricing around.
Lease a 2017 Chevy Silverado 1500 double cab for only $227 down and $227 per month for 39 months. Includes select bonus cash and competitive lease rebate with credit approval. Chevrolet, find new roads. Learn more at banksautos.com. Banks Chevrolet, Cadillac, Buick, GMC in Concord, New Hampshire. Real prices, huge inventory, always in stock.
And now, 6 fun facts in 60 seconds with Grace Curley.
In 2006, an Australian man tried to sell New Zealand on eBay. The price rose to $3,000 before eBay shut it down. Reed Hastings was inspired to start Netflix after racking up a $40 late fee on a VHS copy of Apollo 13. In Japan, letting a sumo wrestler make your baby cry is considered good luck. The 50-star American flag was designed by an Ohio high school student for a class project. His teacher originally gave him a B-. According to the National Insurance Crime Bureau, the most commonly stolen vehicle in 2012 was the 1994 Honda Accord. The Arkansas School for the Deaf's nickname is the Leopards, the Deaf Leopards.
This has been 6 fun facts with Grace Curley in 60 seconds. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and tweets at HowieCarrShow.com.
Would odors, mold, and mildew describe your basement or crawl space? It doesn't have to be that way. Transform them into a fresh, healthy, usable one with the technologically advanced Wave Moisture Control Units. The computerized operation maximizes moisture control and also expels harmful radon, combustion gases, and numerous other pollutants. Dehumidifiers are old technology that do nothing for air quality and waste energy. Wave units are intelligent, self-monitoring, do not need maintenance, and will save you hundreds in electricity. Wave units are still running effectively over 15 years. They've been tested and installed in public and military housing and by property managers nationwide. Buy a unit now, and if your home is not fresher and drier, you can return it for a full refund for up to 12 months. What have you got to lose? Call now. 1-888-618-WAVE. 1-888-618-WAVE. Or visit mydryhome.com. That's mydryhome.com.
Wave Home Solutions for a healthy, comfortable home.
Hey there, quick question for you. Would you be okay with more energy, more endurance, thicker, healthier hair, a better mood, reduced appearance of wrinkles, improved sleep, improved blood pressure and cholesterol profiles, improved vision, improved memory? Okay then. Well now, have you heard of Nature's Youth RSF? It's from the anti-aging experts at nature'syouth.com. Nature'syouth.com. See, at Nature's Youth, they understand exactly what it means to provide top-quality health products. And Nature's Youth customers not only improve their health, they know they're also providing their body with the right nourishment to maintain that peak performance and fight the aging process. If health, wellness, and nutrition are what you desire, choose Nature's Youth RSF. I did. You see, you're going to get older. It's just up to you how you feel when you get there. Get started today. Nature's Youth RSF. Simple to use, simple to order. Go to naturesyouth.com. That's naturesyouth.com. naturesyouth.com.
Grace Curley is giving you her take on the news of the day. Read Grace's latest column at HowieCarrShow.com. This is the Howie Carr Show.
1-844-500-4242. And MassLive.com, which is the Springfield Republican, just posted a story. Boston Mayor Marty Walsh rickrolls Howie Carr over sanctuary cities dispute. You know, I asked him to come on the show on the Twitter feed, and then he responded with that rickroll silliness. And Steve, my greatest pleasure in this story is that Steve responded for me in a tweet back to the mayor. I'm glad you think this is a laughing matter. I bet you wouldn't rickroll the mother of Matthew Denise, the guy from Milford who was killed by the illegal alien. Good luck with your grand jury! ! There it is. It's right.
I tweeted out a link from your account to that story so people can see it, because I need a correction from Mass Live. It was an attempted rickrolling. We did not click the link.
Yeah.
This ain't our first rodeo on the Howie Carr social media team.
That's true. Yeah. So yeah, but the key is you got the grand jury into the story. He tries to rickroll me. Now that I know what the verb means. He tries to rickroll me, and then the grand jury gets mentioned. Don't you hate it when that happens? Especially when you're running for re-election in the fall. 1-844-500-4242. Scott, you're next with Howie Carr. Go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, hey, Howie. I tried calling you a couple weeks ago. I've been trying to fight my hometown, actually, which is East Hampton, is trying to go to Sanctuary City.
Yeah.
And there's a guy out there, and he's put a notch in his belt. He's been the forerunner of, or he's been in the forefront of the Holyoke, Northampton, Amherst sanctuary cities. And, going to the city council meetings in East Hampton, this guy goes out there and he he tries to make those that are in opposition look like idiots, that this can't, the federal funding can't be withdrawn. And the fact of the matter is this guy doesn't even, he doesn't live in these towns, so it's not even going to affect him.
Well, why don't you Scott, I would suggest, if you want to, you should go to the Miami Herald. We should tweet that story out, actually, about the Miami-Dade County today conceded defeat. And I'm sure they're not going to be, and that's after 24 hours, Scott. This guy, I don't know who he is, but he doesn't know what he's talking about. Now they have the power of the presidency behind them. They're going to move fast on these things. I mean, it would be silly for East Hampton to become a sanctuary city at this place. You're just drawing a target on your back.
Yeah, and that's what we've been trying to tell him. But, this guy he's not listening. And he said, oh, yeah, this is all settled law. There's no way that they could pull federal funding.
Oh,
We're
okay.
trying to tell him, man, that's just not true.
Did you just hear the congressman? They're gonna pull the funding, period.
I know, yeah. I know, and luckily at this point it isn't in place.
Yeah.
So we still have a chance. But, it's, when he gets up there and he starts talking, and, he's pulling stuff up on his phone, in opposition to anything, any subject.
Pull these stories, and you've got plenty of ammo now, Scott, to use in these arguments. Thanks for the call, Steve. You're next with Howie Carr. Go ahead, Steve.
Hey, Howie, how are you?
Good.
Hey, in reference to your caller, a few callers ago that said he wanted to send a couple $100 in for the wall.
Yeah.
Maybe we could start a GoFundMe page for the wall.
I don't think that's necessary, Steve. I think there's going to be plenty of money for the wall.
It could be a good fallback position, but that's not really why I called. Why I called is I have an idea for taking guys like Mayor Walsh and making them accountable for being a sanctuary city. I was listening to Mark Stein today, and he said that not only are the cities responsible for being a sanctuary city, but the individuals can be held responsible. So anybody who's been on the wrong side of Uncle Sam or their local government knows how adept they are at
garnishing the wages. You heard what he said. What did he say? California would owe $1.3 billion. $1.3 billion. The feds would be demanding that money from them. And you're right. They would, if they couldn't get the California to write the check, they'd take it out. I'm Howie Carr.
You've probably heard about all the great benefits of goat milk soap. But did you know some companies take shortcuts? At Old New England Soap, we make our organic goat's milk soap using 36% goat's milk. That's 17% more than most others. Our bars are larger, so they last longer, producing lots of lather packed with vitamins. And our soap is a natural moisturizer that smooths dry and damaged skin. Order online at oldnesoap.com. That's oldnesoap.com. You've tried the rest. Now try the best. oldnesoap.com.
Water-based soaps on supermarket shelves use harsh chemical acids to break down dead skin cells. And that's just not good for you. At Old New England Soap, our soaps are made without chemical ingredients, contain no alcohol or petroleum products, and use 85% organic materials and carry the USDA's organic certification. Try some today. Go to oldnesoap.com. That's oldnesoap.com. oldnesoap.com.
I'm getting older and noticing that my body just doesn't work as well as it used to. So I like to keep fit as possible by hitting the gym a few times a week. Recently, I started having a nagging bicep pain, and it got so bad I couldn't even lift the weights. When I was complaining about it to a friend, he told me about Angioprim. He said chelation helps remove toxins, heavy metals, and cholesterol in veins and arteries that may cause blockages. You know, after just 1 week of taking Angioprim, the pain was gone, and now I'm back in the gym full strength. Scientific research proves the active ingredient in Angioprim has superior oral chelation action that helps promote cardiovascular health. So to learn more, go to angioprim.com. That's ANGIOPRIM.com. Or talk to a trained consultant. Call Angioprim toll-free at 877-882-7221. You'll feel better with more energy. Call 877-882-7221 or go to the website angioprim.com.
The Howie Carr Show.
I'm Steve Robinson, HCRN News. Sanctuary cities do not honor the requests of federal immigration officials to hold undocumented immigrants in custody for nonviolent crimes. Philly is one such city, and today's visit by the president brought out angry protesters and immigrants and lots of Democrats who refuse to believe that sanctuary city policies lead to the release of dangerous criminals. Philly Mayor Jim Kenney is investigating the law up, down, and sideways to find out if the president has the right to withhold federal monies from sanctuary cities.
We don't know what he's identified and what's actually legal and what needs to be done by the United States Congress and not necessarily by the president.
Some say more than $300 million is at stake in Philly. Kenney, talking with Channel 6 Action News, wouldn't commit to a figure. At the state level, constitutional scholars are scrambling to put a legal interpretation on President Trump's threat to withhold federal monies from sanctuary cities and round up lawless illegals and deport them. Vermont Attorney General T.J. Donovan is among those putting his staff to work to figure out a plan.
This is an area that is mostly an area of federal jurisdiction. We need to figure out what the role states have.
Montpelier is a sanctuary city. Protest signs, many of them outside today's GOP policy meeting in downtown Philly, are anti-wall. But to hear the president speaking inside the hotel, you would think he didn't see the protesters at all.
We've put in place the first steps in our immigration plan, ordering the immediate construction of the border wall, putting an end to catch and release, expediting the removal of criminal this is so important to me. From day one, I've said it, and I mean the immediate removal of criminal aliens. They're going to be gone fast. And finally, at long last, cracking down on sanctuary cities.
Mexico's president has canceled a White House meeting Tuesday because of the wall issue. The same topic which brought ire from Amnesty International USA, whose executive director, Margaret Huang, said, "This wall would say that those from outside the United States, especially from Latin America, are to be feared and shunned, and that is just wrong." Now this.
If your home has hard water, then it's likely that limescale is clogging your pipes, damaging your appliances, costing you hundreds of dollars each year. You can eliminate limescale in the entire house with HydroCare products available at Wave Home Solutions. Easy and efficient with no maintenance, no salts, no chemicals, and no coils. And you can buy with confidence from Wave Home Solutions. Performance guaranteed. Just go to bestwater411.com. That's bestwater411.com.
So, you love talk radio? Then you'll love TalkStreamLive.com. TalkStream Live is always on with the best streaming talk shows. Find your favorite talkers and discover some new ones. It's free, readily available online or on mobile with any smartphone or tablet. Finding your favorite talk shows all in one place has gotten a whole lot easier. Just go to TalkStreamLive.com. Be sure to download the free apps from Google Play or the iTunes App Store.
Actor Shia LaBeouf was arrested early today after he allegedly got into an altercation with a man outside a New York City museum where he had been chanting, "He will not divide us," in front of a live camera since Donald Trump's inauguration. Police said LaBeouf pulled the scarf off an unidentified 25-year-old man outside the Museum of Moving Image in Queens, scratching his face in the process. They said he also pushed the man who refused medical attention. LaBeouf had spent the first few days of Trump's presidency swaying, dancing, and chanting outside the museum. Resignations make the news. Undersecretary of State for Management Patrick Kennedy will reportedly resign as Undersecretary for Management tomorrow and retire from the Department of State on January 31st. It has been a long career for Kennedy, who first joined the State Department in 1973. Benghazi and internal state investigations haunted his career in later years. Trump administration officials wanted to replace him along with 3 others, and now that will become so. It's not uncommon for these mass resignations to happen when a new administration takes over. Making mistakes, we all do it. The key is to learn from mistakes and not repeat them. But apparently 47-year-old Jerry Tenzi of New York never heard that old adage. He may hold the record for having had his driver's license suspended almost 100 times. Tenzi was arrested on Long Island this week and charged with aggravated unlicensed operation of a motor vehicle, possession of marijuana, and a criminal possession of a weapon. Police apparently detected an odor of marijuana emanating from Tenzi's car. A search of the vehicle reportedly turned up an illegal rifle as well as marijuana. Tenzi has 95 suspensions on his license from 9 different states. Make that 96. Steve Robinson, HCRN News.
Hi, this is Howie Carr, attorney at law. Are you a white male who voted for Donald Trump? Do you have a Make America Great sweatshirt or a hat? Have you had a beer since November the 8th? If you answered yes to one or more of the above questions, there's a good chance that you are soon going to be charged with committing a fake hate crime. Will you be ready, you uneducated redneck? When you get charged with committing a fake hate crime, will you be ready? You need reasonable doubt at a reasonable price. And that's where Howie Carr, attorney at law, Esquire, comes in. Call me at 1-800-FAKE-HRC. 1-800-FAKE-HRC. And we will get you some legal insurance for when it inevitably occurs and you're charged with a fake hate crime.
Better strap yourself in. It's time for the Howie Carr Show.
Mr. President, we could use more ATF agents, more FBI agents in the city of Chicago so we could take the guns off our street. But yes, you're with the NRA. The NRA that endorsed him, that he is so part of his relationship. You know what that NRA did? It crippled the laws of the city of Chicago in the courts so that we cannot keep guns off our streets.
Live from an undisclosed location.
We will not be intimidated by the threat to federal funding. I want to say directly to anyone who feels threatened today or vulnerable. If necessary, we will use City Hall itself to shelter and protect anyone who's targeted unjustly.
Unchained and unstoppable.
If Trump wants to make Mexico pay for this wall, then one way to do it, Melissa, would be to have this effective tariff on goods that come in from Mexico and then dedicate that revenues to the cost of building the wall, which could be, we don't exactly know how it could be. I've heard figures anywhere from $6 to $20 billion.
Who's your captain? Howie Carr.
I thought this law was supposed to help everybody.
This law was never supposed to help everybody, Tucker. That wasn't the design. The law was actually explicitly designed first in Massachusetts and then for the nation to leave the vast majority of Americans alone. I think Americans just don't understand what this law has done for them.
Who do you love? Howie Carr.
I'm going to be the president of a safe country. We have enough problems. Now, I'll absolutely do safe zones in Syria for the people. I think that Europe has made a tremendous mistake by allowing these millions of people to go into Germany and various other countries.
Rump swabs, hacks, and moonbats beware. It's Howie Carr.
That caller just said we should have a GoFundMe page for the wall. I'm just looking up here now on the TV screen. Ryan and McConnell, the Republican leaders of Congress, are saying there'll be no need for a GoFundMe page. There's plenty of money in the budget for the wall. No problem whatsoever. Meanwhile, Governor Baker has announced that he is going to veto the pay raise bill, and of course, again, it's political theater at this point. You know, the vote in the House was 115 to 44. The vote in the Senate today was 31 to 9. So that's much more than 2/3 majorities. But he's going to veto it to protect himself, so we can say, look, I did my best. I tried. What could I do? So that's the way it's going to. I hate to be so cynical about it, you know. But again, he didn't issue his state. He just issued a statement right now that he's going to veto it, but he didn't say that he was going to veto it. I mean, he didn't start hinting that he was going to veto it until he knew that they had the 2/3 that they needed to override the veto.
Didn't he give a big speech recently that was an opportunity for him to use the bully pulpit and actually advocate?
It's called the State of the Commonwealth. Yes, he spoke from the well of the House chambers. Everyone from the House and the Senate was there. 200 of them. That was like 4 or 5 days after this bill had come out. That already had their perfunctory hearing, if you can call it a hearing. And he didn't mention it. He didn't say boo at the State of the Commonwealth address. Then the next day they had the vote, and then the vote turned out to be more than 2/3, and suddenly he began to oppose it. Now that he knew that his opposition would have no impact whatsoever on his dear friends DeLeo and Rosenberg getting their $40,000 or $50,000 raises. Again, I hate to be so cynical about it, but we can talk about that. I have some more sad news. Now, try not to let this, what I'm about to tell you, destroy your faith in the integrity of the Kennedy family. I'm reading from the Cape Cod Times. Shriver home, Eunice Kennedy Shriver, married to Sergeant Shriver, ran for vice president. They ran the Peace Corps. Eunice Shriver started Special Olympics, et cetera, et cetera. Maria Shriver married Arnold Schwarzenegger, who became governor of California, fathered a child out of wedlock, well, one that we know of, et cetera, et cetera.
Now he's tanking The Apprentice's ratings.
Yes, yeah, and Donald Trump is trolling him, saying, nah, 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 I get better ratings. Two men accused of bringing fentanyl from New Bedford to Cape Cod and using a Hyannisport home owned by the Shriver family as a base to deal the drugs were arrested Wednesday after a 2-month-long investigation, according to a statement from the Barnstable Police Department. These guys, Troy Montero, Trevor Rose, and a third guy who was the caretaker of the place, which is in the Kennedy compound. They were using the home in the Kennedy compound, 31 Atlantic Avenue. They would frequently travel to and from New Bedford to Hyannisport to deliver the drugs, according to the cops. The property caretaker was responsible for allowing the suspects to use the residence, police wrote. Can you imagine this? A home owned by the Kennedy family is a site of drug use and drug. The police obtained a search warrant for the Kennedy home, as well as 3 South 6th Street in New Bedford, where the one of the suspects and a woman lived. The 31 Atlantic Avenue home is owned by 31 Atlantic Avenue LLC, a corporation that lists Robert Sergeant Bobby Shriver III as a manager. Shriver is the son of Sergeant and Eunice Kennedy Shriver. Nobody in the Shriver family was present nor had knowledge of the alleged activities at the home, according to Barnstable Deputy Police Chief Sam Balcom. I'm sure this is the first time drugs have ever been used at the Kennedy compound. Right? Right? Don't everybody speak at once. Police are considering charges against the Shriver Properties caretaker, and then on and on. But again, it's always nice to see a helicopter, taking pictures of the Kennedy compound and see lots of police cars in the area. Again, it's nostalgia. It's happened so many times. I got some nice pictures of some of the young Kennedy kids back in the 70s. When they had really long hair. Yeah, it's in Kennedy Babylon. I just put them in there, one after another. They got busted. That's some of my favorite pictures were from the early 70s when the Lost Boys were really losing it, so to speak. 1-844-500-4242. We can talk about the wall or the other immigration orders, or we can talk about the pay raises too. And again, it looks like the governor will veto the pay raises, and then the vetoes will be rapidly overridden. And there is an emergency preamble attached to the bill. I mean, and again, that's kind of like they kick you when you're down, and you're writhing in pain, and you're all you're in the fetal position, and then they spit on you. That's what the emergency preamble is. So they can't wait 90 days to get the pay raise. They have to get the money immediately. All right. Dan, you're next with Howie Carr. Go ahead, Dan.
Yes, Mr. Carr. I just want to say I really love your show.
Thank you.
And everything that, I hear from your show is positive. And what I really like is you people really research everything. And it's not like, the people out there, they hear one little thing and they just run with it without, researching it or getting the facts. And everything I've been hearing is positive. Mr. Trump said he was going to do when he, was going to be elected, and he's doing it. And it just, I've been a working man all my life, working in the ditches, doing construction. And it's great to hear. And it just, the whole thing to me looks like a bunch of spoiled children that had to wait for so long, and now all of a sudden the cookie's taken away, and they're stomping their feet and throwing a hissy fit. Yeah. And the gravy train is afraid the Trump train's leaving the station, and they're going to get run over.
Isn't it great, though, to have somebody in the White House who's on your side, who's on our side, finally? Somebody who realizes the problems. Long. I know it has been. I mean, because George W. Bush, I mean, he was okay compared to Obama, certainly. But, I never got the feeling that he really knew what was going on with most people in this country,
Or that he really cared.
Right.
It just seems that most of those people, all they were concerned about is how much money is this going to put in my pocket, and never mind about the people that put them there or the working people that built this country from the sweat, off their brow and breaking their backs to do this, and then have this turn, it would just, it was just horrifying.
I know. I remember George Bush. George Bush, he had a proposal. It didn't go anywhere, but he wanted to. You and I have to work 40 quarters, 10 years to be eligible for Social Security because we're American citizens. George Bush wanted to allow illegal aliens to only work 16 quarters and be eligible for Social Security. I mean, how is that? How was that fair? I mean, not that, again, it didn't go anywhere, but the thought that he would even propose such a ridiculous giveaway to illegal aliens as opposed to you and me. I mean, it just, you're right. He didn't care about us. And of course, Bill Clinton didn't care about us. I mean, you really have to go all the way back to Ronald Reagan to get somebody who really knows what it was like to be a as you put it, a working man, or a working woman. Thanks for the call, Dan. 1-844-500-4242. Around for my cards here. This half hour of the Howie Carr Show is powered by Val 6 Heaters. Warm up today and order at val6heaters.com. That's val6heaters.com. Kevin, you're next with Howie Carr. Go ahead, Kevin.
Hey, Howie. Thanks for taking my call. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
One of the things that everybody's been going on is the immigration and the feds having money to deport all these illegals, and that's one part of the problem. The other part is every single one of these illegals that gets released from a county jail or a prison or anything like that.
Yeah.
Don't they have to sign a bail bond to show up?
I don't think a lot of them have to. I think a lot of them were released on personal recognizance. I think a lot of them, these people that claim they're refugees, they'll be caught and then they'll say I'm a refugee, and then then they'll be given a court hearing in like 2020. I'm not making that up. That's there's like a 3 or 4 year waiting period to get a hearing, and so that gives them plenty of time to I hate to be so crass about it, but to have an anchor baby, right?
Or abscond or whatever.
Just get a new name and a new driver's license and a new batch of fentanyl. So it's I don't think the bonds are bail bonds are slowing these guys down. Thanks for the call, Kevin. 1-844-500-4242. We'll take more of your calls in a moment. I'm Howie Carr.
Hang on. The Howie Carr Show returns next.
People ask us, hey Matthews Brothers, why are your wicked awesome Maine-made windows only available through Better Lumberyards and Window Professionals anyway? We tell them it's pretty simple. We like doing business with people who know what they're doing and who bring the same passion for customer service and selling our products as we do in making them. Fortunately for you, the discerning and savvy consumer, we have a mutual non-exclusive agreement with each other, wherein we don't mind if they show you other window brands and they don't mind if you look at other lumberyards. I guess we both figure, how will you know how good we are if you don't take a look at the other guy? It's called competition, and the ultimate beneficiary of it is you, the discerning and savvy consumer. And we kind of prefer this arrangement. After all, the only people who benefit from an exclusive relationship are, the people in the relationship. Works great for marriage, not so great for consumer products. So do the discerning and savvy thing and see our wicked awesome Maine-made windows. But remember, only at Better Lumberyards and Window Professionals or on the web at MatthewsBrothers.com. Matthews Brothers with 1 T, America's oldest window manufacturer.
I've started to do more television lately, and I've noticed something I never did before. I've worn a hat almost every day of my adult life, and I recently started to notice the hair on the front of my head was receding. Not a big deal, but seeing it on TV, it looked terrible. Over the years, I've heard about DiStefano hair restoration. The guys who pioneered the individual graft technique, or IGT. So I was talking to Howie Carr, who was raving about his experience there, and he told me how easy it was. And the best part is you're in and out in one day. Seems simple. So I decided to give it a shot. I had it done by Dr. Chris Hines, who's been doing hair transplants at the DiStefano Hair Restoration Center for 5 years. Dr. Hines and his team were amazing. So far, so good, and I can't wait to see my new hair growing in. Guys, don't procrastinate like I did. Call the DiStefano Hair Restoration for your free consultation. Financing is available with payments as low as $119. Just call 800-858-HAIR to learn more. That's 800-858-HAIR. Call 800-858-HAIR or visit hairman.com.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
And then the market crashed in the 90s. So I had trouble, but it was sort of an amazing, I wouldn't want to do it again. It was an amazing test of yourself. Can you handle pressure? How are you under pressure? Are you smart? When everybody's coming at you, sometimes in life to be successful, oftentimes, most of the time, you have to follow your instincts. You have to follow your gut. You have to. Your parents may say wrong, your whoever may say wrong, but you have to do it. Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Hi, folks. In a world of GMO, genetically modified organisms, that is, chemicals, processed foods, and a healthcare system that's unraveling like a cheap suit, it's time to prepare. God created herbs, and herbs help man. Our body can heal itself, just sometimes we need assistance. You need some help? GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Our mild detox is quite powerful with its unique blend of 8 different herbs. And if you're looking for more, our non-GMO GMO supplements will help you with different needs you might have. Health should be a top priority. Take care of your health naturally. Log on to getthetea.com. That's getthetea.com. Give your body a treat. Let the herbs do their thing naturally. Read all the testimonies on the website, getthetea.com. That's getthetea.com. Sickness and viruses are like intruders, and herbs are like warriors. Let the tea work for you. That's getthetea.com.
Hey guys, it's Grace from the Howie Carr Show. Gifts are always great, but who really needs more stuff? Let's be honest, between Christmas and the New Year, it's hard to come up with a nice way to give a great gift without just regifting that old fruitcake. But luckily, we have the perfect gift idea for you. It's the Howie Carr Show VIP experience. If someone you know is a fan of Howard Lauren's car, then this is the perfect way to celebrate any occasion. Come visit Howie in our brand new studio and watch the entire show. Best part? Well, if you were to ask Howie, he'd probably say the Kowloon. And I can't really disagree. But there is also no other way to see all the behind-the-scenes work that goes into New England's favorite radio show. Get your picture with Howie and a selfie with yours truly. We've had over 100 people enjoy the VIP experience, and the reviews have been stellar. We've even had the occasional guest on air to tell their own funny story to the listeners. So don't delay and buy your VIP experience today at HowieCarrshow.com. Click store. HowieCarrshow.com. Click store.
Howie is saving you 50% off your favorite products and services. Howie's Cheap Bastard Deal, Thursdays at 3:30. Get to HowieCarrshow.com. Click deals. Now, back to Howie Carr.
Today's poll question is brought to you by the Car Guys. Purchasing a pre-owned car can be tricky, but not if you go through Bill Papa George. He is the absolute best in the business. Both Grace and I use the Car Guys, and we are so happy we did. Call 800-300-4600. That's 800-300-4600. Steve, what's the poll question? What are the results thus far?
Will Boston Mayor Marty Walsh eventually cave on his decision to keep Boston a sanctuary city?
Yes, I think so. I mean, he's not just going to lose funds for the police department, which is going to happen immediately, if not sooner. He's going to lose. He's got some money in that Green Line expansion too, I believe, or it certainly affects property values in the city as it expands outward. Yeah, he's got a cave.
It's up to 76% who say yes, he's going to cave.
Yeah. All right. 1-844-500-4242. Did you put the Rickroll story on the website and tweet it out? Yeah, it was an attempted Rickroll. That's our only complaint about the coverage in the Springfield Republican website, the masslive.com.
We actually just got a media update. Mayor Sarno clarifies Springfield not a sanctuary city, and he's going to appear on Fox Business with Neil Cavuto tomorrow.
Well, I mean, Marty, I don't think has ever said Boston is a sanctuary city, but they have sanctuary policies. I mean, maybe he got some good advice that something bad could happen to him down the road if he declared it a sanctuary city. But now he's kind of drawn a line in the sand. You know, I mean, he's going to be one of the top targets along with De Blasio and Rahm Emanuel, I would think, just because of that ridiculous press conference yesterday. You know. I mean, that managed to irritate huge numbers of people who weren't paying attention until he stepped out and decided to open the EBT Arms Motel. Bob, you're next with Howie Carr. Go ahead, Bob.
Howie, as far as I'm concerned, this Marty Walsh could be the tool of the month, the week, whatever. But the thing that fries my nose, he makes a statement that his office, my office, it's not his office, it's not my office, it's the people's office. He has no right to turn it over to illegal aliens or vagrants or whoever else he wants to live in there with him, you know?
He's not serious about it, though, Bob. Like I said, I think he was, under a lot of pressure yesterday after the story about the grand jury and then the story about his cousin. I mean, the day was not shaping up as one of his all-time top 10 best days, you know. And,
but if he's going to make statements like that, he can't just make statements and not be serious about it. I mean, come on, he's the mayor of a big city in this country. It's crazy.
I agree. It was a really dumb thing to say. Somebody's asking me too, are they going to have a maternity ward at City Hall now that they're going to have all the illegal aliens living there? Because everybody's dropping anchor babies, because that's the ultimate defense against being deported, is to have an anchor baby.
Would you expect anything else?
I would. I think some of the urban high schools now have maternity wards, don't they? Or they have nurseries. I mean, it's amazing. They have nurseries in these inner city high schools, because so many of the women, the 16-year-olds, the 15-year-olds, have given birth to children. It's bad. And so yeah, you're right. I mean, the new motel at City Hall will have to have a maternity ward. Thanks for the call, Bob. So Officer Mark says they're gonna open themselves up to those asbestos suits too. Because they have asbestos on the ceilings at City Hall. I was always worried about that. That was another reason I didn't like working at City Hall. Actually, I know one guy, one of Kevin White's people, who smoked a pipe, and he was on a mezzanine where the ceiling is only about like 6'5", 6'6". He died of asbestos poisoning, cancer. What Steve McQueen had. It's a horrible way to go. I mean, all cancer is bad, obviously, but this is a particularly virulent kind. Dan, you're next with Howie Carr. Go ahead, Dan.
Howie.
Yes. You there?
Hey, Howie. Dan Bresnahan, City Councilor in Holyoke. How are you?
Good. How are you, Dan?
Good. I just wanted to touch base. Our mayor also did a couple things. He made Holyoke a sanctuary city. He forbid the police chief to turn over anyone to ISIS. I'm not sorry.
To ISIS.
If they're illegal immigrants.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. We wish they did.
Yeah.
And then the other thing he did is he forbid, which is in a different vein, but he did 3 executives. The other one was any travel to North Carolina.
Oh yeah.
Holyoke would not pay for over that bathroom.
Does he know there's a big hammer coming down on Holyoke's head?
Well, I hope so, because as you know, Holyoke is one of the poorest communities in the state of Massachusetts,
right.
And we are in desperate need of federal funds to keep the systems going. And instead of addressing our school systems in receivership, we're poor, we need tax dollars. Instead of those type of issues he's addressed as mayor. He was on election day. He was walking around City Hall with a Hillary Clinton shirt on, and he's just looking for a bigger stage to do his act on.
Right. Yeah, I had enough of him when he was running for mayor. Dan, thanks for calling in, and send him that story from the Miami Herald about how they caved. I'm Howie Carr.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I'm telling you right now, it's awesome. I was trying to get my blood pressure regulated, okay? And after 3 days of taking this thing, my blood pressure went back down to normal. I am ecstatic. I am so happy with this stuff. It is my savior.
This was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now. It works.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code TALK.
It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life, but I should have ordered it like 15 years ago.
And now, 6 fun facts in 60 seconds with Grace Curley.
If your dog's feet smell like corn chips, you're not alone. The term Frito feet was coined to describe the scent. Ew. Officials in Portland, Oregon drained 8 million gallons of water from a reservoir in 2012 because a drunk 21-year-old peed in it. Also ew. There's a basketball court above the Supreme Court. It's known as the highest court in the land. If you start counting at 1 and spell out the numbers as you go, you won't use the letter A until you reach 1,000. Wendy's founder Dave Thomas dropped out of high school but picked up his GED in 1993. His GED class voted him most likely to succeed. William McKinley was on the $500 bill, Grover Cleveland was on the $1,000 bill, and James Madison was on the $5,000 bill.
This has been 6 fun facts with Grace Curley in 60 seconds. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and tweets at HowieCarrShow.com.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
About 6 years ago, I was diagnosed with congestive heart failure. I went from being able to work 14, 16 hours a day with no problem to where I could barely walk a block to the store without having to stop and rest. I went on to the phytonutrients about 6 months ago, and within a couple of months, my medical doctor had cut my prescriptions down in a little bit smaller dosage. The next time I went back a month later, I walked into the doctor's office and he says, "My gosh, what's happened to you? You don't even look like the same person." He looked at my legs and the swelling had gone down. My blood pressure was down. The venous stasis ulcers that I had had on my legs for the last 4 or 5 years because of the poor circulation were all healed, and I'm feeling far better.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751 or go online to balanceofnature.com.
Use promo code TSL. Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I'm telling you right now, it's awesome. I was trying to get my blood pressure regulated, okay? And after 3 days of taking this thing, my blood pressure went back down to normal. I am ecstatic. I am so happy with this stuff. It is my savior.
This was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now. It works.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code TALK.
It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life, but I should have ordered it like 15 years ago.
Eight 844-500-4242. This is the Howie Carr Show.
All right, 1-844-500-4242. The tool of the month is brought to you by Maine Oxy, this month featuring the Hot Spotter propane torch. Zap ice and snow in seconds. Plus, when the warm weather comes, you can burn weeds and fix asphalt, too. Just $49.95. Maine Oxy, your first choice for gases, welding, and innovative solutions since 1929. 1-844-500-4242. That's the toll-free number of the Howie Carr Show if you want to join us. Dave, you're next with Howie Carr. Go ahead, Dave.
Hey, good evening, Howie. We've got a big problem down here in Connecticut, too, because you've got the capital city, Hartford, with this Luke Bronin declaring it a sanctuary city. They're on the verge of going bankrupt. I mean, if he loses any federal money or has to pay anything back, and it's lights out up there.
Who's going to tell the mayor that he's got to concede defeat on this thing? I mean, it's not going to be Governor Malloy who tells him, right? I mean, who's the adult in the room in Hartford?
Well, we've got a local senator here from the town I live in, Meriden, which is also listed as a sanctuary city. Name is Len Suzio, and he's a Republican. And I think I'm going to drop him a line about this. And the other city too, down in New Haven, you got with Yale down there. You got this lady, Toni Harp, who's a real wingnut. She's declaring a sanctuary city, and I even think Waterbury is now. Waterbury, you've got Mayor O'Leary, I'm pretty sure Waterbury was on the list.
Because you have a conservative newspaper in Waterbury. You know, I mean, I'm surprised by that.
Oh yeah, the Republican American. Yeah, they're about the only sane one around. But forget the Current up in Hartford.
Oh God, yes.
You've got Mayor O'Leary, who is a former police chief from a neighboring town, who is the mayor. So he should be aware of the law. And I'm pretty sure they're a sanctuary city, along with Joe Ganim, the felon down in Bridgeport.
Oh, he's back, isn't he?
Reelected.
Jeez.
Yeah, he got reelected.
You know, people talk about, Curley got elected, after he got elected and went to jail. He was going to jail when he got elected. But, I mean, nothing's changed. You know, that was 70 years ago, and now you have this guy in Bridgeport who's convicted. It's just amazing.
Oh, yeah.
You know what's happening here in Massachusetts, though, Dave, is like Mayor Sarno in Springfield, he's going on the Fox Business Channel tomorrow. And you know what he's going to say? They already put out a press release. Hey, I never said we were a sanctuary city. Where's this confusion coming from? You know, they got all the policies of a sanctuary city, but they're splitting hairs here. And somebody just emailed me from Boston saying, Boston isn't a sanctuary city, so your poll question is idiotic. I mean, the Mayor Walsh at his press conference made him a sanctuary city yesterday. You know, it's hilarious to watch them trying to back off here. And I assume this is going on in other cities, and you're going to see it in the next couple of days, I would guess, in Connecticut too, Dave.
I'd say take it up with Attorney General Jeff Sessions. You say you're not a sanctuary city. Tell it to Sessions.
You know, that's a good point. Yeah, you're not a sanctuary city? Well, then, turn over some illegal alien criminals to us. Okay? How's that sound? Put your money where your mouth is. So these stories I just pulled up, through Google, saying Boston, Springfield, Hartford. Those stories are all incorrect, huh? That's more fake news. They made up quotes about all you mayors saying it was a sanctuary city. 603. Why can't these officials of sanctuary cities be arrested for harboring? I think this is the easiest way to do it. We were kind of kidding him about saying putting the foot on the air hose, but that's really a good analogy. You know, I mean, these people aren't going to be able to breathe if you cut their federal money off. They're already fading. You can see it happening right before our eyes. And what's de Blasio going to do? Say, no, I'm not going to. I'm not going to take all this police money, and then they're going to send him a bill for $100 million that he owes, and then what's Cuomo going to do? I mean, Cuomo always likes to give him the needle. I mean, I know Cuomo the governor likes to be politically correct and be more left wing than de Blasio, but this would be an opportunity to really get under de Blasio's skin.
I know might be a little bit in the weeds, but what happens to the city of Boston's credit rating if they get handed a bill for $100 million?
That's not in the weeds. That's a good point. Yeah. That means it costs more to borrow money. If it costs more to borrow money, there's only one way to get that, and that is to raise the property taxes or to go to the state for more money. Now, the state, the reps from the suburbs are going to be asked to give more money to the city because it's defying federal law. That doesn't sound like a really, that would be a tough sell. That would be a harder sell than a $75,000 pay raise for the Senate president and the Speaker of the House.
Well, some enterprising talk show host should ask Mayor Walsh, are you concerned about the health of Boston's credit rating?
He's going to be here. We've talked to him. We've talked to him, and we've talked to one of his guys. We're going to try to set it up tomorrow to get him in the studio.
We need to make sure we can protect the investments in our children.
That's true. That's true. It is the hub of the universe, after all. Thanks for the call, Dave. Paul, you're next with Howie Carr. Go ahead, Paul.
Hey, Howie. How are you?
Good.
This is your friend calling from Hawaii. Hey, I just wanted to comment on the fact that the bureaucrats in Washington, D.C. ushered another 520 immigrants in yesterday. And I guess they can't be fired because they're civil servants.
Yeah.
I'd like to see them. I'd like to see them transferred to a very special place.
Yeah, they're not even immigrants. These are refugees, and Donald Trump. This is only like his fourth day in office. So yesterday was his third day in office, and he hadn't gotten around to stopping this. So these were Kerry's people, I guess, right, Paul? This is State Department, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the State Department rushes in another 500 unvetted Mideast quote unquote refugees. And, they tell us, Paul, that, only a tiny percentage of them are terrorists. So let's say 1% of these people are terrorists. That's 5 terrorists we let into the country yesterday. Isn't that a great idea?
Well, they're 98% Islam. So, they're mostly Islam. So it's like, that's what we get.
Yeah,
You know?
I know. I don't understand. This is another thing I never understood about the Obama administration. 10% of Syria was Christian when the civil war started. I mean, I assume a lot of them have gotten out. But why, if 10% of the country
or killed,
if 10% or killed, right? If 10% of the country was Christian, and there are other little smaller, the fire eaters, Zoroastrian, whatever they call them now. There are other little sects like that. How come none of the non-Muslims are getting in in the refugee program? Because you don't have any problem with those people. You never have a Christian Arab blowing up a gay nightclub in Orlando, for instance.
And 96% of them were young men between the ages of the fighting age, like 18 and 24.
Right. And of course, Barack Obama. I hate to even bring his name up. It's starting to give me a headache.
Are we going to have to start like a swear jar that you got to put a quarter in if you mention his name?
But I have to mention it in this context. Remember when people were complaining about this? They say, "Hey, wait a second! I thought you were taking in families and kids and women," and he said, "What, are you afraid of women and children?" Remember that? He said that earlier this year. This guy's got Secret Service protection. He doesn't have to be afraid of these people, but the rest of us don't have that. Okay, Paul, thanks for the call. I appreciate it, and thanks for bringing that up. Yeah, they let in another 500 refugees yesterday. Got them in under the wire. And by the way, it was being pushed by all these religious groups too. Like Catholic Charities was involved in it, and some of these other religious groups. They get a stipend for every quote unquote refugee that they bring in. They settle them in, and then we start picking up the tab when they go on welfare forever.
These are the same folks oftentimes who suggest that they're so tough that just talking to Putin or staring down ISIL or using some additional rhetoric somehow is going to solve the problems out there. But apparently they're scared of widows and orphans.
Yeah. Tell it to the people who got killed at the gay nightclub. I'm sure they all voted for you, Obama. And how did you protect them? Not very well. Danny, you're next with Howie Carr. Go ahead, Danny.
Howie, first-time caller. Just a quick reflection. You remember when Andrew Tamarisi was in jail?
Who?
In Mexico. He was the Marine.
The Marine. Right. And we couldn't get him back for over a year, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, my quick point really quick is now that we've seen a real president in action, can you imagine how quick he would have got him out of jail in Mexico back then?
Oh, yeah. Oh, I know.
Yeah, but that's the difference right there. I hate saying his name too. All right.
I know. Thanks for the call, Danny. The thing is, do we really think Obama cared? I know he would say, "Oh, I cared about that Marine." The guy's a Marine, okay? Do you really think Obama cared about that Marine? Just like, do you think Obama cared about that Jewish guy who's missing in Iran? I don't get the feeling he cares about him. He hasn't gone out of his way to try. I mean, that guy is probably dead, but his family would like to know what happened and they'd like to get the body back. Obama didn't care. It's like Deval Patrick not knowing the name of Matthew Denise. No, I meant Deval Patrick, and now today Marty Walsh. These are, victims. They're not the kind of politically correct victims that the Democrats like to lionize.
They're not a Trayvon.
Yeah, exactly. They're not a Trayvon or a Gentle Giant or a Eric. What's his name? Eric Garner, the guy in Staten Island.
But at least we know their names.
Yeah, we do know their names. And by the way, this is something else. The widow of Eric Garner got a $2.4 million settlement from the city of New York. She's still living in public housing. Did you see that? That was in the New York Post the other day.
Why would she move out?
How the hell does somebody gets a check for $2.4 million? How does that meet the income requirements to be living in public housing in Section 8? I don't think it does, but apparently it does in Bill de Blasio's New York. Rich, you're next with Howie Carr. Go ahead, Rich.
Hey, Howie, sounds like she can afford cigarettes by the carton now. Never mind like Bucci's, peddling out.
Yes, she can.
Yeah. Hey, listen, I'm just calling. I got an email about an hour ago. A guy sent me a clip of Bill Clinton's 1995 State of the Union address, and you should hear his speech on illegal immigration. I mean, you know him. You always thought he meant it, right, Mr. Sincere? But it's unbelievable, all the points he touches on. And it's about, that segment of it is only about a minute. I don't know if somebody can look it up for you.
We can find that. When we started talking with Trump in 2015, I told him to check out the Democratic Party's platform that year. They had like a page or 2 pages on illegal immigration and how it was adversely affecting the country and costing billions of dollars. It sounded like Donald Trump talking. And I think he got a copy of it. And how about Harry Reid's column in the L.A. Times in that same time frame? It read like something Steve King, the congressman from Iowa, would write today.
Yeah, well, I don't remember Harry Reid's, but this thing, I couldn't believe it. I watched it just about an hour ago, and it was like I thought, oh my God, this guy is like. It sounds like it's where Trump got it from. You know what I mean? He hit every point that is of a concern to us now.
It's the 1995 State of the Union.
Yes.
Okay. We'll check. Oh, you got it. We got it. We're looking for the audio. We got it stashed somewhere. Thanks for reminding us, though, Rich. It's the same. Clinton also signed the Defense of Marriage Act, which Hillary ran against last year. She was running against her husband. And he also signed, when he was governor of Arkansas, he signed a bill making English the official language of the state of Arkansas.
He also used in one of his campaign advertisements the phrase, "Make America Great Again."
Oh, I didn't know that. And he signed the death warrants for a number of convicted murderers in Arkansas, which I have no problem with. But liberals aren't supposed to do that. And his wife used to call black criminals super predators. Remember that? That was another thing that even Hillary had to answer for that in the campaign last year. All right, 1-844-500-4242. We'll be back with a few more calls. I'm Howie Carr.
Don't move. Howie Carr is back next.
You know one of the great things about America? We've got something like 23 brands of toilet paper, 119 brands of cereal, and about a bazillion brands of perfume. And you know why we have so many choices? Competition. Yup, good old American competition. Ruthless, merciless, pitiless, relentless, remorseless, heartless, unstoppable, unyielding, unsympathetic, unforgiving, uncompassionate, inescapable competition. But you see what competition does? It makes us go that extra mile, build that better mousetrap, give it that extra 1% every day to be softer, tastier, and yes, smellier than the next fella. Well, we here at Matthews Brothers have been dealing with competition since before the Civil War. And let me tell you, sister, it's made us stronger and more responsive with a long history of product and process improvements. Competition has made us better. And you know what that means, Roger? We don't fear the competition, we are the competition. So do the patriotic thing and see our wicked awesome Maine-made windows, but only at Better Lumberyards and Window Professionals or on the web at MatthewsBrothers.com. Matthews Brothers with one T, America's oldest window manufacturer.
Howie is even done with the first hour of the show. I have beautiful rings, bracelets, and earrings. I love it.
So do what I did and what Patrice did and get the Aquasonic Wave Jewelry Cleaner today at aquasonichowie.com. That is aquasonichowie.com.
Are you a veteran? Or maybe you consider yourself a dysfunctional veteran. Good news, there's a store just for you. It's called the Dysfunctional Veteran Store, with t-shirts and sweatshirts that get the message across loud and clear, like this black t-shirt that says boldly across the front, "Dysfunctional Veteran, leave me alone." And then there's the t-shirt that takes a major dig at the VA. It says, "The VA, giving veterans a second chance to die for their country since 1930. How'd you like to wear that around? Are you a dysfunctional veteran? Shop the Dysfunctional Veteran Store at mydvstore.com. That's mydvstore.com. We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
While I'm not at this time a candidate for the presidency, I will decide by June whether or not I will become one. Business Week magazine, which is now Bloomberg Business Week, said in a vote of its readers that Donald Trump was the world's most competitive business president.
Your research says that there are, for immigrants on the whole,
Come on, try getting it out. Try getting it out.
I'll get it out.
I mean, I don't know if you're going to put this on television, but you don't even know what you're talking about. Try getting it out. Go ahead. I know the greatest negotiators in the world. Some are horrible people, horrible human beings. Who cares? Some Wall Street guys, they're brutal, they're miserable. You wouldn't want to go out to dinner. They're terrible people. I love them.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Would odors, mold, and mildew describe your basement or crawl space? It doesn't have to be that way. Transform them into a fresh, healthy, usable one with the technologically advanced Wave Moisture Control Units. The computerized operation maximizes moisture control and also expels harmful radon, combustion gases, and numerous other pollutants. Dehumidifiers are old technology that do nothing for air quality and waste energy. Wave units are intelligent, self-monitoring, do not need maintenance, and will save you hundreds in electricity. Wave units are still running effectively over 15 years. They've been tested and installed in public and military housing and by property managers nationwide. Buy a unit now, and if your home is not fresher and drier, you can return it for a full refund for up to 12 months. What have you got to lose? Call now. 1-888-618-WAVE. 1-888-618-WAVE. Or visit mydryhome.com. That's mydryhome.com.
Wave Home Solutions for a healthy, comfortable home.
Hey there, quick question for you. Would you be okay with more energy, more endurance, thicker, healthier hair, a better mood, reduced appearance of wrinkles, improved sleep, improved blood pressure and cholesterol profiles, improved vision, improved memory? Okay then. Well now, have you heard of Nature's Youth RSF? It's from the anti-aging experts at nature'syouth.com. nature'syouth.com. See, at Nature's Youth, they understand exactly what it means to provide top-quality health products. And Nature's Youth customers not only improve their health, they know they're also providing their body with the right nourishment to maintain that peak performance and fight the aging process. If health, wellness, and nutrition are what you desire, choose Nature's Youth RSF. I did. You see, you're going to get older. It's just up to you how you feel when you get there. Get started today. Nature's Youth RSF. Simple to use, simple to order. Go to nature'syouth.com. That's nature'syouth.com. nature'syouth.com.
Want more Howie Carr? Listen 24/7 online at howiecarrshow.com. Now, back to Howie Carr.
I was doing a Reddit AMA earlier today. Ask Me Anything, just taking questions from people, and then I had to get ready for the show, and I got to do a column tonight. But I'll go back on and start answering more questions tonight.
You've been a damn social media pro today.
I have. That's the kind of guy I am.
You're ahead of your time.
It pays to be hap in this business. It pays to stay hap.
Just make sure when you go to log in tonight to finish your AMA, make sure you take the floppy disk that I gave you. Okay.
The floppy disk.
The floppy disk with all your Reddit stuff on it.
Okay, great. All right, I'll remember that. I'll call Jill Stein if I have a problem with the floppy disk. She's an expert on floppy disks. 1-844-500-4242. Matt, you're next with Howie Carr. Go ahead, Matt.
Hey, Howie, thank you for taking my call. I'll make it quick. I saw on social media there's a group up here in Maine called the Maine First Media, and they're asking the local police, Bangor, Lewiston, Portland, if they're going to comply or defy President Trump's order on immigrants and refugees. Because in Section 10 it says that they should be enforcing immigration policies under this executive order. Yes. And I just thought it'd be very interesting to see if, they're in Boston or in Portland, Maine, or Lewiston, or Bangor, are our police departments going to defy President Trump or comply with this order?
Well, I think the police departments all usually have to answer to the mayor or the city council, the elected officials. So it's going to be up to them. But again, all of these mayors though, or city councilors or governors in some cases are going to have to make a decision. Do they want the federal money or do they not want the federal money, Matt?
Well, in Section 10 in this, I give you, you can find it. This order. You can find the executive order in Section 10. It complicitly said state and local authorities must, enforce this immigration policy.
Right. Exactly.
And so it's so interesting. Like, I want to know, is my local? I live in Bangor. Is is my local PD going to enforce? Are they going to comply with President Trump, or are they going to defy him?
Yeah.
And
I
think it's an excellent question.
Yeah, it's not up to, but the PD is not the ones that are going to ultimately make the decision. It's the elected officials are going to instruct the PD what to do. And if the mayor says we're not going to follow these guidelines, and they lose the federal funding for new cruisers or training programs, or to pay for 5 new cops on the beat. I mean the voters are going to have to decide, whether they want to punish these people who make these decisions. I got the feeling, though, a lot of these guys are going to back down very quickly. I mean, it's one thing when you can just posture and there's no pushback. It's just easy to preen, to engage in this sanctimonious lecturing of the rest of us, but when there's cash on the barrelhead, suddenly your attention is focused on keeping that cash on the barrelhead. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm Howie Carr.
And now, 6 fun facts in 60 seconds with Grace Curley.
In